It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
It was only a short time ago that we were saying hello to Overwatch 2 here at the NACE Star League, but here we are after a fast and furious fall in the last chance qualifiers already. My name is Warren Jugglegod Hammond. Today I am joined on the mic by Nerdy Bird. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I mean, in all honesty, I'm excited to watch some Overwatch today, especially yesterday was the Overwatch League Grand Finals. Coming off of that, I'm hoping to see some inspiration pulled from what the pros were doing yesterday into today's games. Perhaps we could see some insane upsets and some missteps that actually lead to a team's victory that's unexpected. I always like it when the casters' predictions are wrong, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yes, we will. Well, let's take a quick recap of how this season is going to go. Of course, we have already had several of these moments happen. The conference championships. We are now in the last chance qualifiers. This will lead directly into the playoffs, followed shortly thereafter by the grand finals. So, not a whole lot of time left for these teams, and certainly the margin for error has diminished greatly.
Yes, we have 14 teams in this last chance qualifier, 8 of which will move on. The remaining 6 will have to all compete against each other for one last extra spot. A pseudo little itty-bitty thread remaining of a safety net if you do not come out on top of these games.
That is true. Well, let's go over the matches that we have happening today. We're going to start off with a pair of Overwatch matches. It will be University of Cincinnati taking on the Edgewood College Eagles. After that, we've got the University of Wisconsin Stout and the Toronto Metropolitan University. Then, afterwards, we're going to switch gears, move over to Rocket League, where we'll be following RIT and the University of Michigan at Flint. So, action-packed day here at the NACE Star League, and excited again to be starting it off with some Overwatch 2, and a pair of schools that we've seen before as well.
Both these teams, unfortunately, just could not make it out of their championship series with the best of records in comparison to other schools. Doesn't mean they haven't been performing insanely well, so we can expect some fantastic matches today nonetheless. But at the end of the day, someone has to finish on top, and unfortunately, it just wasn't these guys in the very beginning. Thankfully, we do have these last chance qualifiers. Anxiety is probably going to be a little bit high, especially if some of these guys are not quite fully awake yet, because it is a Saturday and they are all gamers after all.
Yeah, that is true. But something that'll wake him up is thinking about the prize money that is at the end of these championships. $2,500 in scholarship pricing for first place, $1,250 for second, and $625 for third. So a lot on the line for these teams. They are absolutely going to be gunning for a win here today, because while you said it doesn't necessarily guarantee them a spot in the playoffs, it will guarantee their life moving forward. They will have an opportunity to make it into these playoffs, but the process for them starts here.
Yes, and then hopefully all these guys, while it's important that they're reaching towards a goal, which is, that sweet scholarship money, hopefully they treat this, as just important as every other game, and they go in thinking that this team is just as equally matched as they are, and every round is still 0-0, because I want to see borderline near perfect gameplay. I mean, it's a game of mistakes at this point when you're playing at the college level, and that's what I'm hoping to see.
Absolutely. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about our sponsors today, Nerdy Bird, starting with Extra Life?
Well, Extra Life is one of our fabulous people sponsoring this our Naystar League this weekend, and you can play games to change kids' health, change the future. Definitely check out Extra Life at extralife.com. Help everyone out and lend them a hand. They're fabulous human beings for sure. And also, just like America runs on Duncan, Naystar League also runs on Duncan. Click that tab below to find the nearest Duncan by you. If I click it, I'm pretty sure it's going to be really far away, unfortunately.
That's too bad. Sorry to hear that, because, yeah, it's good to have Duncan nearby. That is for sure. We do have a couple other sponsors that we want to give a special shout out to. Monster Energy is an official partner of Naystar League Canadian initiatives. Did you know that Canadian esports clubs can receive complimentary Monster Energy on campus? Check out the Naystar League Twitter or Discord for more information. But the sponsorship doesn't stop there either. We also want to call out the Army ROTC, Become a Leader for Life. And in addition to that, we have a very special giveaway happening. ROTC is back with another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out the chat and Naystar League Twitter to enter for a chance to win a PS5 controller and Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Army ROTC, be a leader. Well, let's talk a little bit about this matchup now between University of Cincinnati and Edgewood College. So, we've seen at least University of Cincinnati on stream once already. Saw a great performance coming out from them. But quick reminder, the format today is going to be a best of 5. Coin flip will determine the map/mode, and the losing team will choose the next map/mode. A reminder, too, that this means that the teams, they don't have to follow any particular order as to what kind of mode they're playing. It could be control, followed by push, followed by escort, followed by hybrid, whatever they want to do. Last note is that the hero pool will consist of every hero in competitive play, and at the moment, that does not include May. However, we do have Bastion and Torbjorn back on the table, which is exciting.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the lack of May, that does mean that any type of close quarters, brawl comps are typically out of the question, but the meta's been heavily leaning into more Fast and Furious playstyles, so that's okay to have her gone, but some teams might be a little bit sad today.
They might be indeed. But let's talk about who's going to be starting out for each of these teams. For University of Cincinnati, we're going to see Silver Talon and Dog Chew, Penguinator, and Reginald take the stage. On the other side of the field, Edgewood College will be starting with Luke, James, Jabobbers, Back and Nam, and Serial. So, these teams, again, like you mentioned, they performed well in the regular season, just not quite well enough to take that conference championship. University of Cincinnati with a 6-1 record, Edgewood at 5-2. So, definitely top performing teams here today. And we're going to see some fantastic Overwatch 2 out of them, I am sure.
Most definitely. The one thing I really want to touch on is the importance of whichever team doesn't come out on top of game 1, having the ability to pick not only the map, but the mode is a huge thing. Because there are teams that just absolutely excel at, for instance, escort maps, but they despise push maps. And so any team that's, say we start out here on a control, they start out on Busan, they don't like it, and we go escort, and they come out on top. The other team is like, no, we're going back to control because we did so well on that. So we could see just a tug of war between maps here, and it not really, only 2 map pools. It would be very interesting to see how that works out, but we're starting out here on Lijiang Tower. I feel like you either get Lijiang or you get Busan as the starting control. We rarely see Ilios anymore.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And I'd hazard to guess the vast majority of the time we are going to Lijiang Tower first. Today is no exception. These teams, been one of the most popular maps in Overwatch since the very beginning. And these teams, they know it inside and out, right? There's so many different strategies that have been employed over the years. So many different ways to approach the point, retakes, things like that, these teams, they've got lots of different options on each map, or rather each sub-map, and each of these sub-maps will favor a different kind of playstyle. Of course, Control Center being that more brawly kind of sub-map, whereas On the other side of the equation, you typically see Dive coming out on Gardens, and really anything in between on Night Market.
And it does look like we're starting out on Control
It is Control Center, yeah.
And we're going to be running with the Junkrat on the side of Cincinnati, but instead of the Junk, Edgewood's actually going with a Pharmacy comp. Of course, you're always going to get that TP out, but we have a very strong meta comp coming out from University of Cincinnati, while an off-meta one's coming out from Edgewood. It'll be very interesting to see who ends up being the victor here in this first fight.
It really, really will be. Wrecking Ball, definitely a character that we're not seeing a whole lot of in play right now, but a huge slam to start things off there from Jabobbers. Takes down several of the members to about half health. A nice anti-nade from Serial hits as well. Point opening up right now. We're seeing another bit quick engagement from Edgewood College. They're starting out with control of the point, but now Cincinnati starting to contest.
Cincinnati's comp is heavily built around closing distances and getting a lot of damage in. With the speed buffs that every hero got in Overwatch 2, running that meta is pretty standard, though sometimes we'll see a Winston. However, Edgewood, I think they recognize the fact that they just were not fully confident and with that composition compared to other teams, and have decided this off-meta comp and this distance it gives is paying off in spades, but unfortunately, the target focus is strong for Cincinnati.
Yes, it is. Flurry of picks coming in their favor, going to yield this first fight to University of Cincinnati. And, I mean, Edgewood College, Luke already with the barrage lets it go, but doesn't find any value to it. And Cincinnati, Edgewood, despite getting a lot of point progress right off the bat, Cincinnati was getting the picks from the word go. James had to use that resurrection to bring back Sariel right at the beginning of this engagement. So University of Cincinnati definitely showing, like you said, a little bit more target focus, a little bit more concise and cohesive gameplay.
That's just the unfortunate thing is that Edgewood's running a more splash damagey comp, whereas the side of Cincinnati has that pinpoint damage. And with Gates dropping that Kitsune, they're able to pick up the Sombra almost immediately. And then we have Chu go down to Luke, but then Serial also goes down. So trades back and forth, but Cincinnati still in control. Beat drop means stabilization most likely for them as well.
Wow, we're going to have Andok popping the Dragon Blade as well. Looking for a victim, looking for a target, unable to find anyone. So now it's going to be an opportunity for Edgewood to come back in this. Luke able to find 2 picks right off the bat. Silver Talon just about to get that Graviton Surge online, actually opting to go over to the Diva. That's going to get them back to point fast. So because Edgewood has taken a while to get these last few picks, they're able to get about 70% on the board.
The one thing I will say Edgewood's comp does counter very well is the strength of Genji right now. Blade, even without a nano in Overwatch 2, has been disgustingly strong, and the fact that they are playing so spaced out prevents any opportunities for multi-kills, even with that dash reset. And we saw there, the Genji got no one. He tried to find the Mercy, couldn't do it.
Right, and now, because of that, we've got a bit of an advantage in the ult department for Edgewood. Chu throws out a Dragon Strike. It's not going to find a target. Another barrage coming in now from Luke. It's able to demech and take Silver Talon out of the fight, and the damage does not stop there. Edgewood will be able to take this fight and eking up close to equalizing in the capture percentage.
If Edgewood can win this next fight, we're probably going to see the equalization of the percentage, but it is pseudo last fight territory. If Edgewood does not win this fight, then University of Cincinnati locks the point, and they have roughly, 10 seconds after that to re-engage and get back on the point and win it out. Otherwise, it's 99 and done with Control Center here in favor of Cincinnati. However, we've got Nano Boost, but we almost have Gates. It's really 50-50 here.
It really is. We see the Nano Boost has been committed now, but back in Nam out of the fight. You able to find them. Quick strike back, though, happening from Edgewood College. It's 3v3 on the point right now. Jabobbers lets loose with the minefield. That's going to make it very hard for Cincinnati to contest. They're going to have to clear away some of those mines before they try and do that. But in the meantime, Reginald has been picked off, and now Edgewood College, they have eclipsed Cincinnati in capture percentage.
It's definitely time for the reset from Cincinnati. We hear the Kitsune get dropped to give a little bit of extra speed boost. Farah has that rocket barrage online. There's a slam down. They saw the Suzu get popped. Luke, unfortunately, had too many people looking at them. They will go down, but this is last fight territory. So if Cincinnati wants to get this point back under control, they need to do it now. We're at 99 in favor of Edgewood College. They take out the Ana. They found the Mercy. And now University of Cincinnati is racking up percentage for themselves.
That they are, and they're looking great in the ult department as well. They've got the blade online. They have a self-destruct. So Silver Talon, it'll remain to be seen whether or not they use that as a get-out-of-jail free card in order to remech, or if they use it a little bit more aggressively. But definitely, University of Cincinnati in a better position here leading into the last fight.
I really enjoyed that we saw Andog doing some spy checking, trying to find the Sombra, probably aware that they had EMP.
Wow.
It does get popped. They pick up one apiece. Genji gets slept even on top of that. The CC, though it doesn't exist in this game, as strong as it did in Overwatch 1, when used properly, is still so devastating. There's only one cleanse. That Suzu can only do so much. Down goes Andog. We did lose Ana. Ana gets res. Penguinator goes down, and it looks like Edgewood is going to re-control the point.
That they will. Overtime taking over now. Hansa doing everything they can to touch point, but just unable to get there under the barrage of damage coming in. Edgewood College taking the first sub map here on Lee Jiang, but they had to fight tooth and nail for every inch.
I'm truly adoring this off-meta comp that they're bringing in. Well, yes, Sombra is, you know, kind of that still a meta pick. The rest of this comp, not nearly as meta as the side of Cincinnati. I mean, they started out even on the Zarya. Borderline, just nothing but we're running the S-tier heroes here. But Edgewood says, no, we're going to be more creative, and we're going to show you just how much creativity matters in this game. Let's see if they can do it twice, though. Really important to see where Edgewood places this initial teleporter. If it's in the wrong spot, we could see an easy play of the game for Reginald.
Yeah, we certainly could. TP goes up. Jabombers, of course, not necessarily needing to take it. Not going to get there quite in time to look for any environmentals, and in fact take a furious amount of damage. They're going to have to back out very quickly. Might not even get out with their lives. That's going to be a huge early boon now for Cincinnati, as Andog is now free to start diving on the back line. Going to eat the business end of a biotic grenade. There has to get out of dodge as well, but Chu able to finish off Serial in the meantime. Edgewood College actually starting to turn things around a little bit. Andog going to have to find a little bit more value here. Otherwise, this is going to go back the way of Edgewood.
Andog gets really low. Luke goes down. Silver Talon barely alive. D-Mac James goes down. I think Cincinnati's going to lock this point down here for themselves, but if it's very similar to the last round, we may see Edgewood swing back with just as much force.
Cincinnati going to be able to secure it in the end, taking down the supports and making it nigh impossible for Edgewood to really have any presence on point. But Silver Talon unable to get remech'd. It's going to be a huge and fast turnaround for Edgewood. University of Cincinnati likely only going to be able to get a mid-20% on the board here to start things off.
Very similar to what we saw on Control Center. Genji trying everything in their arsenal to stay alive, but Deflect only lasts so long, and they had just accept their fate eventually, don't even try to move, and the point flips over towards Edgewood as we have Barrage. We're going to have landmines very close to EMP, but Chu has that visor online, and we almost have a Genji Blade. Penguinator's not going to have nano for it, but a dry blade can work. They just need to make sure that any mobility of toolkits for these heroes and the sleep have already come out.
Luke is playing with fire right now because Chu, like you said, has that tac visor online. And Luke was playing very out in the open, now with a little bit more cover. If that tac visor comes up, they're going to have to hit the ground relatively quickly. We see them starting to move back. A huge EMP comes in. It doesn't catch Chu. So still a lot of damage coming in from Cincinnati. In fact, they're getting the lion's share of the kills here. The point will flip in their favor as well.
Honestly, I thought that EMP was going to work in favor of Luke, but Luke still went down, and we only had one trade in favor of Edgewood College, which is surprising. However, Reginald almost flew too close to the sun there, trying to take out Cero. Barely gets out with his life. We do have Valk, and we have the Wrecking Ball landmines online, but Nano Blade is up and ready to go. If the side of Edgewood's caught in rotation, that blade might be their undoing.
A big sound barrier now committed by Reginald. We've got the minefield committed on point, or at least the front of it. Jabobber's now trying to keep people away. Has their sights set on Penguinator. Luke able to finish that up. Find the final blow. Now Silver Talon trying to stay alive on point, making sure that Cincinnati can keep pulling as much percentage as possible. In the meantime, Reginald takes out Serial. So Edgewood College down one healer, and crucially, one that could really put in a lot of healing as well. James keeping back in Nam alive as well. Here comes the blade though from Andog. The deflect is there, but Luke still finds them with the barrage.
We do see our Wrecking Ball unfortunately gets slept and then just deleted by Chu right before touching that Mega Pack. I do believe at 99%, we're not going to see another touch from Edgewood here. Bull supports have gone down. Sombra might be able to sneak in while this fire some attention they have. We can see that there's one person touching the point. Farah's going to take most of this attack by their attention. This could give time for the rest of the team. Farah's in. Sombra's in. Sombra goes down. Luke goes down. There's two on. It's the Lucio and maybe one other human being. Someone's still there, and his Soldier 76 is not looking. It's Wrecking Ball spinning for their life.
That they are. They're able to actually proc a lot of shields right there, but they're going to be reduced to 0 in short order, and Cincinnati going to be able to even this sub-map record at 1 apiece.
And that leaves us with the score. This really confuses me because it made sense previously before we had the time of day change. Night market
right?
coming in. I guess it's, it's a market that's only open at night, but it made way more sense at actually being a night map. Now I'm like, do we call it day market? Because it looks like stuff's still open. But with that being said, it looks like Edgewood's isn't changing things up. It also looks like this Cincinnati is not changing anything either. I mean, both have shown if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's worked. Let's see how it goes. We have Andog going with that Symmetra, though. Curious to see if we see just a TP out of point or if a TP all the way into the window, because they already have the Sombra on lock as well.
Yeah, and that could be quite a big boon for them, right? Those turrets could help keep the Pharah out of the sky. Looks like Andog will swap over to the Genji, though, so not too surprising there. Jabobber's taking a forward position, gonna be getting hacked before their engage. Still let me get a lot of damage in, but the big thing is Luke has found both supports for Cincinnati, so this fight already won for Edgewood College.
Honestly, that was absolutely incredible. You might have heard my audible gasp when I saw the kill feed pop up, because I'm like, how? How did you catch both supports in rotation so early when they have a diva to protect them? That's just an unfortunate circumstance. It happens to all supports at some point in their time. They just get insta-deleted. However, now they got to try to get a foothold when this comp is extremely strong for this point. They don't even have to sit on point. They sit out in space and they pick you down when you try to go in for these solo opportunities like this Genji is.
Yeah, Andog just not having a good day right now trying to get onto point. Silver Talon doing what they can to try and make room for them, but an anti-nade hits them as well, and Jabobber's able to finish them off in the end. Chu gonna be hacked on point as well, but Penguinator finds a nice biotic grenade to take back and Nam out of the fight. But still, Edgewood College edging out University of Cincinnati in the kill feed and continuing this capture percentage.
Farah still has that barrage online. Silver Talon did just jump off the map. As someone who was once a diva main myself, it is the fastest way to make sure you get your mech back is to just yeet yourself into the environmental abyss. It's okay. You reset with your team. But I'm looking forward to see what Luke brings out for this barrage. There's a lot of sneakiness that can come into this Farah opportunity here, especially on this map with this choke point.
Yeah, if they can get a hack out as well into the diva, looks like they don't even need it. They're going to be able to find Reginald. Slept out of it after that, but still maintain their life. So a one-player opportunity quickly turns into a 3- and 4-player advantage for Edgewood College, and University of Cincinnati, they're just now getting their ultimates online.
One of those ultimates, though, can be devastating to a pharmacy. A self-destruct that's just thrown in the air. If you see that Farah has used the boost upwards and Mercy has used Guardian Angel to glide towards them, the odds of them being able to escape a well-placed self-destruct are very slim.
Chu uses the EMP to try to gain an advantage here, but Luke is just too powerful, finds a 3K. Somebody from Cincinnati going to need to touch point. They get there at the last moment. We have the self-destruct committed. Silver Talon gets remeched as well, but another barrage from Luke going to be able to take them out quickly. We've got just one lone Lucio trying to hold on to point. The EMP is in, Both Penguinator and Reginald now suffering, trying to stay alive for all they're worth. But in the end, it will be Edgewood College who takes map number 1.
All right, let's see. Do you have a guess for map number 2 type coming out for the side of Cincinnati?
I'm gonna go with Escort next, and I'm gonna say Route 66. I'm gonna go as far as to name the map. We've seen a lot of Route 66 recently.
I would agree, but the one thing that like actually plays into the favor of Edgewood is that Route 66 is a great wrecking ball map until you hit the last point. I mean, it gets a little bit rough in there as a wrecking ball. I mean, hamster in a giant ball in an enclosed space, and a pharmacy in an enclosed space, not great. But I do agree. I anticipate an escort map.
Yeah, and what's interesting as well, let's talk, I want to talk a little bit more about the composition, right, that Edgewood has been running. They even opted to run the Pharah on Control Center instead of the Junkrat, which I think is a much more typical choice. So I think it just really shows how comfortable Luke is on the Pharah and how much they believe in this composition, because at the end of the day, it did get the job done.
Most definitely, and it's not an easy one because at the end of the day, the win condition for that comp is to separate, disrupt, and destroy. That is how it works, and with, as I mentioned earlier, the speed that heroes have now in Overwatch 2 compared to Overwatch 1, even without a Lucio on the field, is ridiculous, which is why we don't see really huge D.Va self-destructs anymore. But we do see a lot of multi-kill dry blades, no nano boost blades, and instead it's actually going to be, are you kidding? It's King's Row? Y'all are going to the standard order? Okay. Scrim's Row it is. I get it. But yeah, I'm still glad they dodged the Route 66 bullet because Wrecking Ball, a little too strong on that point, especially point 1 and point 2. Just my opinion on that. But I love the anti-meta comp here. Like, understanding the win condition of the current meta and being like, well, we can play to our own personal strengths, play separated, and prevent them from having those multi-kill opportunities, be protected from self-destructs, and, like, they get a grab, sure, they're either going to grab our pharmacy, or they're going to grab one person, and if we lose one person and they trade an ult for it, so be it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I just gotta say as well, I'm super excited to see this kind of composition come out. It's one of my absolute favorites to run. I think it's an absolute blast. But it is going to be tough here on King's Row, so I'm curious to see if we don't see Edgewood swapping off to something a little bit more traditional, or something that we've seen a little bit more recently, such as in the Overwatch League, where the Winston Sojourn Reaper meta has just been so strong, and is so strong on King's Row as well. So a lot of different options, I think, for these two teams, but as far as map choice and map mode is concerned, I think this was a great play coming out from University of Cincinnati. Very likely going to give them, if not an edge in this next matchup, at least a better chance.
It would be very interesting to see if we have Edgewood swap a little bit more over to a more traditional version of the ball comp, and instead of opting for the Ana, going with the Zenyatta and having a Zen just posted up on high grounds at a safe spot where like they could take that 1v1 with a Genji, because you got to remember now, supports, if you're a support player and you're listening to this, make sure that you are capable of taking a 1v1. You are more powerful than you believe, than you know, than it seems you are. Believe me, you can definitely dunk on a DPS who tries to solo you. So it'd be interesting to see that Zenyatta play from the high ground with a Wrecking Ball comp if they're sticking with sort of that anti-meta composition here.
Your heart is pounding.
Ooh.
Yeah, and we're going very traditional, it seems, on the defense at least. It's going to be Edgewood starting out there. So we've got Jababers on the Reinhardt, and I like it. It's Zarya definitely stronger right now, but still, it just feels right running the Reinhardt
Most
on King's Row.
It's just, they've got that standard, brawl comp, but they don't get the Maze, so instead they're going to go with the Cassidy Reaper. I get it. I'm just a little sad that Serial is opting for the Baptiste over the Kiriko, because one of the most disgusting things I have ever seen, next to the Zenyatta turning into a moving turret, is a Reinhardt swing with gates dropped. But we have Luke already used Shadow Step to get out of the way here. Their Wraith Form's down. Eva's just trying to push past this Ryan. So they're going to have to retreat and rotate strongly here to live.
Yeah, Immortality Field already has to be expended by Serial. But they're about 50% towards their amplification matrix, and now Silver Talon taking a tremendous amount of damage. They're able to get their defense matrix back online in the nick of time, but it's not going to stop Cincinnati from continuing to put on the pressure. They were actually awarded with 1 tick on the board, but a great hold coming out from Edgewood.
I mean, if Cincinnati's goal is like that pseudo war of attrition, just kind of force them off, but we already see the swaps out. I'm glad Chu hopped off of the Torbjorn. As much as I love the one person in the game who is my height, I don't understand a Torb on attack here, and it didn't work. So swapping it off over to the Hanzo, definitely the better choice. Lots of shield break. We hear Suzu get dropped, so this is an opportunity right now for the side of Edgewood to actually re-engage. They're going to use Window, but I think most of the damage got deflected.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice stalling ultimate, though. Going to buy them a little bit more time on point, but that does just allow University of Cincinnati as well to kind of get their cooldowns back and start to re-engage. We got the Kitsune Rush now coming out from Penguinator. We're going to see Cincinnati try to collapse now as quickly as they can. We've got the Immortality Field out again. Going to be backing down, taking out Chu, but Silver Talon strikes back with a pick as well. The Shatter comes in, Death Blossom laid down too, and Edgewood College gets out by the skin of their teeth.
That was a lot of ultimates though, and Luke got a little overzealous. They're going to go down to Chu just outside of choke point, but we use Shatter, Death Blossom, Deadeye, and Amplification Matrix. They only have beat to sustain through a Blade, a Dragon, a Grab. And truly, I mean, Grab Dragons, yeah, you can live through it with the beat, but then after Grab Dragons, they're going to throw out the Blade if this beat doesn't go down.
Yeah, huge heads-up grab there from Silver Talon. Chu just puts the icing on the cake with the Dragons, but the real key to that play right there was the fact that Silver Talon was able to just grab Edgewood College off of point, prevent them from contesting, and the Reaper Luke wasn't able to get the point quick enough to keep that point alive. So now it's a scramble back. Silver Talon chases down Luke, who gets staggered again. This is fantastic for Cincinnati.
And then we do see the classic let's push up just a little bit, try to get a little cheeky damage, play the cleanup crew, but because of how quickly they took out everyone on the side of Edgewood, no one got bad spawned, which if you're rooting for Edgewood, that's great. It gives them an opportunity to group up and re-engage. Someone hit tab, they saw Luke swap over to the Sombra, we saw the spy check in. That makes me extremely happy, but that spy check, that concern of the Sombra means they had to back up, but Chu, once again, the spy hunter finds Luke.
Yeah, and now with the Immortality Field out, Serial pops the Amplification Matrix to see if they can keep hope alive here for Edgewood College, but Cincinnati just descending on them too quickly, able to take them out of the fight and build up towards some very impactful ults as well. Cincinnati should be able to take point 3 here. The big thing is they just need to make sure they don't overcommit. They've got both DPS ults online. The Kitsune Rush coming soon. In fact, everything could be online for them in short order.
And unfortunately, Edgewood only looking at getting close to that Deadeye, which unfortunately, even with the increased speed and even a speed boost from the Lucio player, James cannot get them into a position to get everybody. In most cases, it's more of a zoning ultimate. But one of the biggest things for any team that is going in anticipating there's a lot of ults is you have to pick the fight location and take it quickly and in an unexpected spot. So unfortunately, Blade and Kitsune have been dropped. Edgewood's in a sticky situation.
That they are, and Dog finds 2 kills, the supports right off the bat. And with that, Cincinnati able to wipe Edgewood off the map. And now we're staring down a must-hold situation for Edgewood. Otherwise, Cincinnati going to finish here with a tremendous time bank.
And they grab right out of spawn.
Oh my gosh.
They get the Dragons. That locks anyone into one spot. I mean, we might see Backnam walk out and use the Deadeye. Instead, they're going to go down to Chu. Another grab gets popped, but it's just going to snag everyone to the payload. Not really going to do too much for stall ability. That's unfortunate. And Cincinnati will knock out all 3 points rather fast.
Yeah, they will. And a big question I have after that last map was, you know, where was the damage for Edgewood, right? Because we saw them swap to, we had the Cassidy and we had the Sombra, right? But it wasn't, and I don't think leading into it, it was necessarily going to be able to put up against University of Cincinnati, right? With Silver Talon already at a high charge, Chu on the Hanzo as well. Those two heroes, that's a tremendous amount of damage coming at you right away. Not to mention Penguinator, who was on the Kiriko as well. So just in the overall damage department, Edgewood, I don't think really could compete there on defense. And so now, University of Cincinnati, 3 minutes in the time bank.
Well, that's a huge time bank, and that might have some people shaking in their boots. But as a quick reminder to all of you watching, Nay Starleague, just like America, we run on Duncan here. Click that Twitch panel the next time Duncan pops up and go find the nearest Duncan to you. And to touch on that whole, where's the damage? That composition, it's not as though it's not strong. It's just the issue is that you need a lot of target focus and tempo control being in your favor. And once they lost first point, it just seemed like Edgewood could not gain a foothold. And without that tempo control, it made it harder to find targets. It made it harder to engage on a hack. And they needed to have changed things up, but it just took too long for them to realize the change had to happen.
But they have changed things up in a huge way here for attack. Back to what they like to run. The Wrecking Ball, the Pharmacy in the sky, back in Nam, in the Sombra as well. And Luke is just peppering everybody with a tremendous amount of damage. Both DPS down almost immediately. Now Reginald dropped back to point, trying to stall it out as long as they could. Silver Talon forced to back off from the Alderworth Hotel. The Rockets land true, and Edgewood will be able to cap right off the bat.
Very interesting that worked out. Not once, but twice. I think the side of Cincinnati should have anticipated the Pharah swap, because without the Pharah, Edgewood was just not as successful as they had been on other maps. You do see Silver Talon's going to swap to the D.Va. Chu's going to swap over to Hanzo. They're giving respect to this Pharmacy. Let's see if they can take him down. This Pharmacy, in theory, should not be the hardest thing to counter, but a lot of teams right now are struggling because they don't understand their target priority. They go for the kill rather than just going to distract and force them to disengage. Let's see if we see kind of like that split damage. But instead, they're engaging on the Ana.
A huge engagement here from Silver Talon, able to take Sariel out, and that is crippling Edgewood College's composition at the knees. James diving in, maybe looking for a res, forced to back out. We've got the barrage set to try and distract the D.Va, but they're able to eat it all with the defense matrix, and Edgewood looking a little rough here because Cincinnati, they have been able to stop the cart right in front of Arches.
And they did exactly what I was hoping to see from a D.Va, dealing with the Pharmacy. They took care of the majority of the damage, eating it up so their Soldier 76 could help clean up the Mercy. Taking down that Mercy in that duo is super important, and they followed up taking down that Pharah. They just have to keep doing that. However, they have given up the choke point now. But, oh, okay, I see it. They're looking on dropping down behind them and pinching them off. I get it.
Yeah, Chu is very, very close to the tac visor right now, which could be very, very dangerous, but they're getting peppered away again by the Pharah. In the meantime, though, Silver Talon finds Sariel again. So the backline for Edgewood, and particularly the Ana, having a very hard time staying alive under all this damage coming in. Luke is able to demech Silver Talon, but we've got a Kitsune rush now on the ground. Luke with another barrage? I feel like Luke is building them once a fight. That is an insane pace that this Pharah has been able to keep right now.
I mean, when you have a team that's so spread out, you've got the Sombra who can play health packs, a Wrecking Ball who can play health packs, and Ana who can just pepper in some love and care as needed. But everyone's very, very self-sustaining. Mercy has the opportunity to constantly blue beam that Pharah. That charges ultimate so fast, and it's definitely underutilized by some people, but in the higher echelons of Overwatch play, you're blue beaming as much as you physically can.
Oh yeah, you've got to maximize the value there. Big EMP comes in from back in Knob, shuts down the tac visor in its path, and a huge fight win for Edgewood College because yeah, they were able to take away that tac visor, which is just so deadly towards this composition. They did have to use a few ultimates though for it, so Cincinnati looking a little better coming into this next fight.
There's an opportunity for Cincinnati to re-engage here. Yep, there it is. The Genji coming in. He is going to get hacked, but he's going to find one in the process. Another one's going to go down to a self-destruct, but that's 2 ultimates spent, and the fight's not done just yet. Now they've got the 3rd pick. If they've are able to just clean up this wrecking ball, that's going to be the turnover point. Though, what's standard here for Kings Row is to go back up to Archway. I don't think they realized they didn't grab everybody. There we go. Okay, they went hunting for Luke. They got him. But you can't really go to Archway when there's a Sombra involved. There is not as strong as audio cues in Overwatch 2 to tell you that you're C9ing the point. So that payload is in C9 territory. They have to stick around this high ground and not move past Archway, and they are definitely doing that. They're not going to let them easily just sneak past them and get that point lock.
No, they are not. They are sending Andog a little bit forward, though, just to scout, see when everybody's coming in. Now we see the backline getting focused again. Sariel having a lot of trouble. Jabobbers is actually swapped over now to the Zarya, so get a little bit more protection out for the backline, and in fact, it's proving very, very powerful as Edgewood College will win the fight. Andog is still alive, but probably not for too terribly long.
By the skin of Andog's teeth, they are alive. I adore going forward and getting intel, giving your team the information of where people are moving, where they're looking to go, can give you an idea of what they're looking to do in that fight, but unfortunately, Edgewood used that to their advantage and started just peppering damage down onto Andog, forcing their team forward, which is unfortunate. Now we have another barrage online for Luke. Let's see how they use it here to lock down this point.
Several ultimates already also coming online for each of these squads. Pack comes in on a 2. That's going to give Luke a brief moment of opportunity, but Silver Talon just walks forward and guns down Serial. It's going to be 2 picks on either side, but Cincinnati actually coming up with maybe a couple more here. Edgewood College will be forced back and have to try again.
I was really hoping that we'd see Jabobbers grab Penguinator there. They were literally had like a sliver of health left, but they barely escaped the health of the Suzu. Got Chu now positioning on the high ground. Obviously looking to be a little bit sneaky with this attack visor, hiding around those boxes, not inside the window, but in the boxes. It makes it harder for them to be spotted. There's still ults online for Edgewood though. If they ult first here, they could win this. But the visor comes out first, and the EMP is nowhere in sight.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Silver Talon taking down Luke right off the bat. Jabobbers falls quickly thereafter. And Edgewood College just gonna opt to drop back, lick their wounds, and try again. They've got 3 ultimates they can play with here. But so will University of Cincinnati, and crucially, Cincinnati will have the sound barrier, and I think that could be the difference maker in this upcoming fight.
The one thing I actually really enjoy here is Edgewood swapping over to that Sojourn pick, because Sojourn has a lot of, you'll hear some people call her that hero that exists, because she's a one hit, one kill type, and unfortunately Andog has been now slept, I think, 3 times with ults, as we see the grab go off for Edgewood.
What a showing, though, from Cincinnati. They're able to maintain themselves through all that. The sound barrier was expended. Cincinnati does find the hold, and now we're just down to 30 seconds for Edgewood. So, again, they're underneath that minute mark. So even if they do finish this map, the most that they can hope for is a draw here on Kings Row.
I do believe... Oh, yeah, there's no way they're going to get this with time left on the clock. It's going to be a little difficult to hold point 1 for 3 minutes, but it's doable. But Silver Talon gets a massive grab. Wow. That's a 3-piece.
Yeah, with the Kitsune rush on top of that, no hope left for any of them. We're going to see Back and I'm trying desperately to get the point. They TP above, but they're not going to be able to find it. And Cincinnati will even the series at 1.
Okay, so far we've seen Control, then we've gotten a Hybrid. If we stick with the standard map rotation, we go to Escort next, but... That does tactically favor the Beloved comp that we've seen coming out from Edgewood. I do actually think your prior prediction of Route 66 could come into play here, but instead it's going to be Edgewood's pick because Wrecking Ball and Pharah are so strong there. It's just that third point. It's where things are going to get a little bit sketchy for them. They'll have to figure that out if they go Route 66.
I'm gonna make another prediction here. I think we could actually see a Gibraltar coming out as well because
Gibby?
just dive is so powerful. Oh yeah, I think we could see Gibby here. Absolutely. Winston definitely stronger there than Wrecking Ball, but just gauging from what these teams like, or what Edgewood likes, I could absolutely see Gibraltar. But we're going to have to wait a couple minutes to find out where we are headed next, because we're going to throw it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in a flash. Cincinnati and Edgewood at one map apiece. We are headed into our next one in this best of 5 here at the last chance qualifiers for the NACE Star League. If you're just joining us, my name Warren Jungle God Hammond, joined on the mic by Nerdy Bird. And let's see, where are we headed next?
Oh my gosh, we're going to Dorito.
Oh boy, I you know what, I should have seen this coming. I absolutely love Dorado, and let's take a moment to think about, right, the composition that Edgewood has been running. The Wrecking Ball in the far up. Putting this composition on Dorado is absolutely magnificent. A few years ago, back when the Chengdu Hunters were really, really prominent in the Overwatch League, we saw them run this composition here and to amazing success, right? Having Jinmu on the Pharah in the sky was absolutely unimpeachable. And if Luke and Jabombers can find the same kind of success here, then this could be lights out for Cincinnati. But I'm sure they're going to have their own tricks up their sleeve.
I agree with you so heavily with how much this plays into Edgewood's playstyle, and yeah, you're right. We should have thought about this map for the
right?
composition they've been running. It's just, this is a map that I feel like a lot of teams, no matter how successful you're being, you either groan when you know it's a forced, like, it's in the map rotation, so no matter what you have to play it, or the enemy team picks it, and you're kind of like, okay, you picked this map, we suck at it, but odds are it's not your favorite either. However, this is the rare occasion where I can say it probably is one of the favorites for the team that did end up picking it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We are going to have a side swap as well. It is going to be Cincinnati posting up defense first. They're going to be going for this same kind of like hybrid composition we've seen. What's really curious to me is neither of these teams has run meta, either of the metas that we've seen, right? Because Overwatch League, they've been playing on a patch ahead of everybody right now. So that's where the Winston Reaper Sojourn comp is so strong. But right now in this current patch, which is similar to the one Overwatch League was playing on before, it's Zarya all day long, but that's not what we're seeing. Nice early aggression coming out from Jabombers, by the way, on that high ground.
Yeah, and we do see the standard, the win condition here is get your supports to that upper high ground by that mega pack and get them control right before that walkway in the dark. They're doing that. They're ignoring the payload for a little bit. They're looking to win the fight, which is great. But there's so much natural cover that's able to be utilized here by the defenders that they're struggling a bit. And they do pick up Serial because this rotation is so difficult and so long to pull off.
Yeah, nice opening salvo here coming out from Cincinnati, but Jabombers will find Chu. So, opportunity for them to move forward is here. Let's see if they can find the edge that they need as Luke starts to descend on the back lane. They've got Reginald's in their sight, able to take them out. That is a huge pickup. Silver Talon going to be demeched as well now. Luke has their sights set on Penguinator, but they've been able to teleport away, but only briefly, as they do find them right next to the Diva that they had previously demeched.
So now we're seeing Cincinnati actually pick up borderline full meta comp. Well, yeah, Zarya is considerably very strong. Diva is very situational as well. You can kind of hot swap them out depending on where you are on Dorado, starting out with Diva because of the different terrain that is available, the high ground, mid ground, and low ground. Diva's definitely the prio pick there, and also she's great into the pharmacy that's happening. So Cincinnati going for the meta. Still going against the ebb and flow, though, is Edgewood.
Yes, they are. Sorry, I'm going to be picked out. Luke, though, able to drop in, find both supports. Chu falls very shortly after that. So Edgewood will maintain the advantage here. They're going to be able to demech Silver Talon as well. The stagger is going to be nice, but they need to make sure they get that kill before the other team can come in and start to just burn down the clock as well.
It looks like they're going to post one-ish to kind of a second floater here towards that payload to make sure they get this point on lock.
Oh, Luke.
Hand Dog tried to get in there, but could not make it. We did have it, though, so that Chu got a foothold in during that distraction. Just the shift walk coming out from Kiriko was enough, but I think Diva, you're last man standing here, and it ain't going to be for much longer.
No, it is not. The res is on for back in Nam as well. And with that, Edgewood will take care of first point in pretty short order as well. They've built up a healthy ult bank too. They're gonna have 5 online for this fight. Neither team has, I don't believe. Oh no, we did see Luke got a barrage earlier because Luke just gets barrages. That's what Luke does.
It's just the Luke special at this point.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see how University of Cincinnati is planning on retaking this high ground and gaining control, but the tempo is swinging heavily in favor of Edgewood. They're ulting first, they're picking fight locations, they're forcing the side of Cincinnati to actually flip it and play as though they're defending, which plays into the favor of the comp of Edgewood right now.
Oh my gosh, another barrage from Luke. I feel like, you know, we should have just like a Luke barrage counter at somewhere, because this is absolutely ridiculous how quickly they are getting them. Okay, so one of the things that Edgewood is doing just magnificently well right now is coordinating between Jabobbers and Luke in particular. These two are doing exactly what they need to do. One of them sets up the kill, the other one follows through with it. And we're seeing it time and time again. Crucially, though, I don't think we're seeing enough pressure being put on the Pharah by Silver Talon. Silver Talon, I think, has their attention distracted too many different ways, whereas they just need to put it firmly on the Pharah right now, because that's where their main source of trouble is coming from. Fight breaking out, though. Now Luke already has a pair of kills. Andog trying to find something else. Is able to take Luke out. Silver Talon strikes back as well. We've got the minefield dropped on point, but this fight should go the way of Cincinnati. They'll get their first hold here on Dorado.
You really hit the nail on the head with that whole Diva needs to focus the pharmacy just a tad bit more, because yes, while you have, you know, a Sombra and an Ana that can also look at that pharmacy, they're going to struggle a little bit because of how much just disruption play that Wall and Pharah do in conjunction with one another. So Diva just giving a little extra attention, DMing for a tiny bit longer, and helping their team take down the Mercy can really make the entire Edgewood composition fall apart.
Yeah, it can. Now we've got Chu, who's swapped over to the Torbjorn. They're going to be targeted quickly. Andog finds 1 kill. In fact, they're going to be able to edge out Luke in the sky, at least for the moment, as Luke takes Andog out instead. Now a ton of damage getting dropped into Silver Talon. They're demeched once again, and Edgewood is cruising through second point now. They will see third.
Chu's pick on the Torbjorn is very interesting. Possibly it's the intent is to counter the hacks that are happening from the Sombra, from Edgewood, but that's treating the symptoms, not the problem here. They're not losing fights due to the hacks. They're losing fights because they're not spy checking properly, and then they're not giving enough attention to this gosh darn pharmacy. They need to get a fly swatter out at this point.
Yeah, you know, and I do have to say that there's a couple of different ways that you can handle a Pharah, right? You either pick her out first, or you just ignore her and deal with the rest of the team. And right now, Luke is putting on such a clinic on how to play Pharah. You can't ignore her. You just cannot. And look, again, Barrage able to find a pick off of it. There comes the D-Mech once again. And even though we are now on third point where historically Wrecking Ball is going to struggle on Dorado, as well as the Pharah, they're still finding tremendous success.
They are, and it's honestly getting to a very scary point. And in case you're wondering, Torb is, anyone who's watching, Torb's directly countered by a Pharah. So we have Chu now who's like, okay, I'm going to try and play your own game. And Reginald's going to swap over to the Mercy.
Oh
so we're going to have a pharmacy battle. Luke wins it heavy-handedly, but then goes down to the pocketed Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, Chu got to get rezzed as well. So while Edgewood will get this payload on the precipice of victory, University of Cincinnati going to be able to hold. Well, I thought they were. And then Luke and Back and Nam come back in a flurry of kills. And Edgewood finishes Dorado, which is no easy task.
Well, it did seem like it almost was non-stop, just kind of going for Edgewood. Because of the way their composition works, they weren't able to actually push that payload as fast as some other comps can when they are kind of steamrolling as heavily as the side of Edgewood was. So finishing with a minute 17 seconds, not great, because you have to think about how much pace they had with that payload. If they keep that same pace in overtime, they're not going to get it very far. Whereas if we see University of Cincinnati also take it all 3 points, and they run a different comp that allows more than one person to be on that payload at a time, we could see them finish with a much higher time bank.
We absolutely could. Only time is going to tell, and at least if things are to be believed at the moment in Spawn, Silver Talon gonna stay on the Diva. Very interesting that we haven't seen Winston at all yet today, but to be honest, the situation hasn't really called for it in either case. You know, I could see Jabobbers maybe swapping over to the Winston if Andog starts to really pop off and find some success. But right now, at least, they're able to keep him in check with what they've got, and they're going to run, at least Edgewood will be, with the same thing that we've seen before. Like you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I'm very happy with Cincinnati's comp. They're not going to have to deal with that awkward coastline rotation to get supports on high ground. Genji can just get up there, D.Va can get up there, and then we're going to have the ability for Kiriko to just step and be able to be up there to be in a safer position. But you can see here, they're able to actually get multiple on the payload around this corner, and they're running that Echo to counter the Pharah. This really is going to come down to a battle of skill. Typically, that composition, when you're pocketing an Echo, is favored over the Pharmacy. But right now, Luke is still very strong on that Pharah.
Yeah, and this is interesting as well. You can see Edwidge now starting to struggle just a little bit with target focus and target priority. Nice fight coming in there. Sariel able to out-duel Chu right there. Silver Talon also gets demeched. So despite some of the challenges that I think Edgewood is starting to have, right? Wrecking Ball doesn't necessarily have a giant group of people that they're going to dive onto, right? It's going to be much more, you know, pick a person out here solo here and there. So even despite that, Edgewood's still finding success.
Very interesting. It's almost as though Cincinnati is trying to pseudo-copy Edgewood with the way their comp is now going to be operating without the Wrecking Ball. That could be a sign that Silver just does not like Ball, or they don't think Ball is the strongest option. But Echo is actually going to go to Serial, who picked them out, and then the Barrage gets dropped, and I think that's going to force a reset here out for University of Cincinnati.
Yeah, well, they are only down one at the moment, so Cincinnati's still trying to fight this on point. Andog goes down low. They're forced to back off, and yeah, now Cincinnati will, in fact, drop back just a little bit to pick up Reginald again. They didn't have to go terribly far for this reset.
Perhaps at this point, it's been 2.5, roughly 3 full fights. It's time for Cincinnati to change things up a little bit. We've got Kitsune Rush coming out. No other ults are getting popped, but no one's going down immediately as I say that, of course, like Hazard Cursa and Chu picks up Luke. The question is, will they prevent the res, though? A lot of teams have been neglecting stopping Mercy reses. And case in point right there, Mercy comes in, gets the res. They do go down, but the res still worked, and they also pick up Penguinator, so now Cincinnati is looking a little bit rough. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, they've been, well, Edgewood has been able to continuously stall out Carto as these players have fallen. Now enough have gone that they need to get a full regroup here, but Jabobbers should be able to touch with relative ease. That Ana, though, Sariel, gonna have to make sure they stay safe. They were potentially caught out in a bad situation. Got the minefield on point. Chu now starting to really find their groove, though, with the Echo. Minefield does not get the value necessarily that Edgewood wanted for it. The res will come out onto Sariel, so they're only down a little bit. Silver Talon, though, able to pick James out of the sky, and with Chu shortly after finding Diana, that is no supports left for Edgewood, but Luke still comes in with Barrage, finds 1 kill before they go down themselves. It's just Jabobbers left on point. They've got the adaptive shields, but they won't last too long. Another player on point back in Nam, able to TP on there at the last moment. That's a lot of time burnt off, but the fight does go the way of Cincinnati.
And that fight was extended because they just let the Mercy come in and res the Ana, completely disregarded it, and that extra amount of healing that Ana provides is nothing to sneeze at, because it's an incredible amount. Plus, if they land an anti, it's rough. We have Luke take out Andog. Another free res. These teams need to start focusing these reses just a little bit more. Give a little more respect to these Mercies.
Hack does come out on the Silver Talon. Chu going to duplicate the Pharah now. See if they can build a barrage in short order. I've got an approach coming in from Jabobbers. They're going to aim for the backline here, but Silver Talon able to peel well enough. Chu does revert back to Echo and is shortly thereafter picked out of the sky by Luke, but Andog gonna pay them back in kind. An EMP on point from back in Nam. Gonna briefly shut down 3 of the members of Cincinnati, but there's no follow-up from Edgewood because Luke was out of the fight and Jabobbers was nowhere to be found.
got a Genji who just had Sleep get dropped, so he knows he can go into this blade without getting slept. Manages to find the Ana. Immediately uses Ghost Dash to get after that Sombra, but unfortunately, they were able to translocate out. And they come right back to try and hack that Genji.
Yeah, there's so much pressure being put on Cincinnati right now. They've been able to continuously move the card, but it's been at a snail's pace, right? It's been start and stop for them. They're getting close to the end of point 2, though, with a minute and a half left to go. If they win this fight here, they'll come in with just under 3 minutes on the clock, and that is a great start to it. But Luke lets loose with the barrage. It's going to be completely eaten, though, by Silver Talon Chu, able to finish them off. So Cincinnati in a great position to be able to finish and cap this point. But if Juboppers can get away, they might be able to stall out the point long enough for the rest of their team to get back.
They're trying to spy check and find that Sombra. Chu does manage to find it. We have the swap over from Luke onto that Tracer, just trying to get something that's a little bit faster. Recognizing this could be last fight territory if they play their cards right. Tracer doing the touch and go, stalling that payload little by little. Soft reset now coming out from Cincinnati, but that self-destruct can zone the side of Edgewood completely off this point if it's dropped in the right spot.
Oh my gosh, and now Serial, the pressure being put on them tremendously hard, but Baganam able to take Andog out of the fight. Launches the EMP right after that. Silver Talon has to use the self-destruct to remech themselves. Chu, still hacked. Now they've got the duplicate online, but Baganam has taken out the entire Sky Armada from Cincinnati. 19 seconds left to go. You were absolutely right. Edgewood smelled blood in the water. They knew this could be final fight territory, and that is absolutely what it is. Silver Talon will go down. It's going to be a rough thing if anyone could even touch for Cincinnati.
It is going to be Genji who gets in by the skin of their teeth, instantaneously hacked. We have the copy onto the Wrecking Ball, the largest health pool, best way to go about it. Mercy's in there with them, but they have to use these Guardian Angel jumps wisely. Unfortunately, Reginald gets caught out and hacked. Ball is now gone. The duplicate's over. Two scanning, Mines out. Chu goes down. Penguinator goes down. It's just Pilot Diva.
A huge showing here from Edgewood College with just a fantastic map choice. Played right into their strengths. They cruise to another victory. The series stands at 2-1 right now in this last chance qualifier, Nerdy Bird, and this is an exciting one.
Now it's really, this next map's going to be very make or break for Cincinnati. I'm curious to see what they end up picking. They had a lot of success on hybrid, but the question is, all right, what hybrid map do they want to pick now at this point? I mean, there's not a whole lot that I don't believe play more into that Wrecking Ball comp, so we'll have to wait and see, but we can see these fabulous moments from Luke. They just weren't getting shut down. The Torbjorn swap, I'll be honest, I did not understand, since Torb is just more fodder for a Pharah. Yeah, you can pull attention with the turret, but again, that's just getting Pharah more ult charge.
Just fantastic plays coming out from Luke and the entire Edgewood College squad that time around. And my predictions have been very off so far today, but I'm gonna make one regardless on which map we're going to next. I'm gonna put my money on Eichenwald. Actually, I think Eichenwald would be a solid choice here for University of Cincinnati. Yes, you do have second point where dive can come a little bit more to the table, but at least point 1 and point 3 much more suited to brawl. However, that big tall tower in the right on the corner of point on first point provides so much cover for a Pharah as well.
Yeah, I've seen a pharmacy on defense on Watchpoint Gibraltar work out really well. You can also run kind of like a pseudo Clockwork comp on there. For anyone that's familiar with Clockwork Vendetta, it was the anti-goats comp, so it does kind of break down brawl comps very well, but it relies heavily on target focus and good rotations from the teammates. With that being said, I do see Watchpoint Gibraltar as being a viable option. We're about to find, well, sorry, not Watchpoint, Eichenwald as being a viable option, but instead it's going to be our first push map of Colosseo.
Okay, now this, I think, also really plays heavily into University of Cincinnati's favor. These maps tend to be, you need to have a lot of point presence on these maps, right? You need to have just a honestly just a big old chonkin healthful on point, right? And you're gonna get that with your Zarya, with your Reinhardt, with your Orisa. It's gonna be a lot harder to do that, to kind of maintain that point presence with the Wrecking Ball. But one thing that you do have to say in favor of the Wrecking Ball here is you've got these environmental kills, one that we're looking over right now in this preview. But in addition, you can get to the point very, very quickly, right? You can take, you can mitigate the time that it takes you to get to point dramatically with Wrecking Ball. So that's one thing that he has going in his favor on this map. Don't know if it's going to be enough, though, because, again, the brawl, I think, here is going to be the name of the game. But neither team actually opting for it. Silver Talon committed to the D.Va, likely because they know Luke will be in the sky again.
Yeah, and just my concern right now for Edgewood is how much value can Afar really get when you only have the top of these archways, or going on a full-blown flank behind the enemy team to get value. But it looks like that's going to be the name of the game here. Not fight for possession of the bot first, but fight to win the actual engagement and just decimate the side of Cincinnati before they can do anything. Somber Hat goes out onto Chu, who's actually selected that Sojourn on start here as opposed to going with the Hanzo to try and help out that help D.Va with that far a little bit. Full charge rail. Penguinator goes down for Cincinnati to the Wrecking Ball, and that's not something you want to see immediately, is losing a support.
No, it's not. Edgewood College with a big advantage here because Reginald was, I believe, picked right before that as well. And now, because of that kind of lapse in healing that we saw, you know, just not having both of them on point, Silver Talon does get D-Mech. So big advantage coming out here for Edgewood College, but they need to translate this into a lot more kills, which is what we're starting to see now. Just had to whittle away at the supports a little bit.
They definitely needed to clean up a little bit faster. You were 100% right. Instead, they're letting the fight drag on, and they didn't get control of that push bot fast. But now they have it, and they can keep one person chilling out there for as long as necessary and just keep getting these stagger picks. This is where the push map kind of makes it feel like it's Assault again because of the pick mentality and the stagger mentality for snowballing.
30 seconds is all it took for Luke to build up that first barrage here. But a little bit of an overextension, a little bit of an overcommitment from Edgewood College is going to throw a favor back towards Cincinnati. They will gain control of the push bot here, but Edgewood College got that very, very important first fight win and first possession of the bot. And, you know, if the stats are anything to believe from what Overwatch League was saying last night, 80% of the time you win that first fight, you win the map. So Edgewood is definitely the favorites here right now. But Chu able to take back in Nam out of the fight. Andog coming in now with the blade as well, but Silver Talon able to find two with the self-destruct. The minefield, an afterthought at this point, likely would have been better to hold on to that for next fight.
Now the question comes into play of how does Edgewood plan on overcoming what I think one of the most difficult parts of the Colosseo map, and that is this archway point. The team that is on defense here typically has a slight advantage. They get easy access to that high ground, but they don't have a composition that is really built around high ground control. Like I said, it's disrupt and destroy comp. That doesn't mean hold high ground. We hear Kitsune get popped here by Penguinator, and Genji's instantaneously taking position to find this Ana and just eviscerate any hopes of someone getting a foothold up there.
But a well-timed, well-placed bubble going to give Zarya at least the second lease on life. We've got a flurry of kills coming in favor of Edgewood. Now, Jabobbers has swapped over to the Zarya, so this is going to provide a lot of problems now for the D.Va, because the D.Va, again, going to need to try and mitigate Luke in the sky somehow, but at the same time, they're gonna have to keep their other eye on Jabobbers, because that Zarya beam, it's not affected by the defense matrix. It goes straight through. So, unsurprisingly, we see Silver Talon swapping over to the Zarya now in suit.
Unfortunately, they were 70% on that self-destruct, so that's really sad to have to burn that, but thankfully Overwatch 2 does gift us back some of that percentage, which is nice. Zerial's gonna go down before our fight even fully starts. Genji's deflex already been forced out. They were just trying to get in on the fight and were unfortunately too far behind. They're gonna go down in due fashion. The Bobbers goes down to Chu and Lucio, though. Gotta love that full charge rail shot.
Oh yeah, it deals so much damage. It's just ridiculous. And now Cincinnati with the advantage, with the edge. Once again, Luke trying to build up their ult charge here, seeing if maybe they could get a cheeky kill, but for the most part, just looking to build that barrage, which is very, very close now. And if they can combine it with the EMP or the Graviton Surge, which will be online relatively soon as well, this could be an easy team wipe, especially considering Reginald doesn't have the sound barrier to help defend.
Not even gonna wait, just gonna use it. The Stuzu gets popped. Silver Talon though is gonna find Luke. Let's see if they get in here and prevent any sort of extra momentum and rezzing. They do see James overdo the Guardian Angel sweep. Find them, they pick up Zero, down goes Jabobbers, and that is turnover for the point in favor of Cincinnati.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see, you know, the strength of this Sojourn Genji duo composition, right? They were able to pick apart Luke in the sky, even without having the Diva anymore, right? Just being able to use the bubble and relying on the extra damage that Sojourn can do to be able to mitigate that aerial threat. And so now, we've got the Kitsune Rush committed again, but Jabobbers has the Graviton Surge on them. The Rush doesn't find any value, and now Edgewood going to be able to retake control of this point and this fight as soon as they take down Andog.
The really interesting thing, though, is that the Zarya swap wasn't so much of a deficit here for Silver Talon because of Jabobbers swapping off of the Wrecking Ball themselves. The amount of disruption that was provided now solely relies on Luke getting those rockets in the right spots to force people out of position. They don't have the backup or the initial follow-up from a Wrecking Ball, and so Zarya can now just focus their energy on protecting their supports as opposed to having to focus a ball and their supports at the same time.
Another advantage that Cincinnati has in this fight is that they've got the sound barrier, but Barrage comes in right off the bat. Andog going to strike back with a blade, though, and that finds two versus the one that Luke found. Sound barrier committed by Reginald, likely saving many members of that team's life, and now Edgewood forced to back off, retreat, and I don't know if Luke gets out of here alive.
Possibly? We might see them get out alive. They're at half health, and it looks like the focus is actually on back and Numb.
Oh, wow.
And Reginald's gonna go down to Luke as well. Luke did kind of, yeah, I'm gonna say Luke made it out alive. Jabobbers, slightly different story, they might live.
Yeah, I think they made it out of harm's way enough. The supports are back, so they're able to pick up the cart again, and actually not as bad as it could have been, especially considering there's no tank now online for Cincinnati. The rest of the team falling very, very quickly. Edgewood regaining control very efficiently, very quickly here.
Luke, of course, another barrage online, looking to catch some people out. Back in Nam finds Andog. We've got Grav and Kitsune nearly online, as well as Overclock for Cincinnati. I don't know if they want to pop one right here out of spawn, but to gain some space, they may have to.
Yeah, they might, and that's never a place that you want to be. Now, card getting contested by Cincinnati. Silver Talon moving on a point, but the barrage lands first. The Graviton Surge will not get to be even committed. Huge fight win there from Edgewood College, and now with less than 2 minutes to go, things are do or die here for Cincinnati, because Edgewood, they are on match point, and if they win here, then Cincinnati is out of the playoffs contention.
This is where things start getting a little sticky for the team that is getting forced back. Right in front of your own spawn, you gotta get like a very strong foothold and force people back very quickly and annihilate them. We got one, we got another. Yes, there we go. Cincinnati is gaining the momentum that they needed, but they got a long way to escort this bot back to the barrier.
Yeah, and crucially, they used 3 ultimates in that fight as well, and the 2 that they didn't use, it's still going to take half a fight for them to build up to those ultimates. So Edgewood going to come in with quite the advantage, considering they've got 4 online right now. Jabobbers can just throw out this grab with impunity if they like, and an EMP hits after that, this is just game over for them. Here comes the grab, but Chu able to take out back in Nam with the secondary fire. That railgun finds its mark. We've got a nano boosted Luke as well in the sky. They're only able to get Penguinator at the moment, but they're turning it around. The barrage is there, and they will in fact win this fight at the end.
Honestly, for how that went initially, losing to Sombra, I did not think that that was going to go as heavily in favor of Edgewood as it did, but of course, you know, I can't count them out. Luke's Pharah has been absolutely disgusting so far.
It really has. And now, just 30 seconds left here. Andog has the blade online. They've got the sound barrier as well. So as long as this EMP doesn't negate either, the Cincinnati should come away with a fight win here. But it is all coming down to this. They can't lose another fight after. Here comes the EMP. Andog crucially does get hit by Reginald, able to pop the sound barrier as well. Back in Nam going down very, very low. James wanting for health as well, but the kills aren't coming in yet for Cincinnati. They need to do something else to turn this in their favor. Andog is hacked. They need to pop that blade now. And it goes. Luke going to be the first target, the first victim of that blade. Silver Talud able to find jobbers as well. And Andog, Reginald finish up the rest. University of Cincinnati has control of the bot, but they cannot lose control of it again this map.
I'm hoping to see them push up, get on top of the bridge, have one person escorting the bot. They need to ult first here, and they need to make it a strong ultimate. It can't just be something to zone. The Pharah made a crucial mistake there, though, going out without the Mercy, and now they can guard this body. That gives them, like, almost half a fight here, where they can stand man up, and they're forcing the Suzu out early, so they have to retreat. They're about to equalize this, but that Pharah is right over their heads because they got the res off when that hack happened.
Oh my gosh, this is very, very tense at the moment. It all comes down to this fight. Luke launches the barrage first. It's gonna find two right off the bat. The Graviton Surge is let go. Penguinator has used the Kitsune Rush as well. They're trying desperately to hang on the light. Back in Nam goes down low, but the Poppers finds Reginald. Penguin is gone as well. It's just Andog. Nobody's left. Edgewood College will take the series 3-1 over University of Cincinnati.
I think I could say beyond a shadow of a doubt that Luke gets MVP of the match there. Holy cow.
Yeah, just a phenomenal showing on Pharah today from Luke. I mean, did we see Luke play anyone else at any point? Maybe briefly on one of the Lijiang submaps.
I think, yeah, we saw, like, minor swaps. There was a time where they didn't have the Pharah, I think, one time. And then they're like, yeah, Kings Road. They did not have Pharah initially.
Right.
And then they said, okay, that didn't work. We're going back to the Pharah. Because on defense, they did not have the Pharah. And then Kings Road offense, they swapped back to the Pharah. And they did relatively okay. It's just because they didn't have it in the beginning. They didn't do as well. They realized their mistake was not having Luke on Pharah. And the win condition was Luke on Pharah.
Yeah, apparently that is. And for anyone who's going up against Edgewood as well, remember that. Because, yeah, Luke is an absolute menace in the sky. Congratulations to Edgewood College. What a showing from them. And University of Cincinnati, nothing to be ashamed of either. Fantastic map win on Kings Row. Fairly decisive as well. So great showing from them. Lots of excitement, I'm sure. Lots in store for that program as well. But at least the story for the day is going to be Edgewood. And yeah, I love seeing these non-meta compositions come out. I gotta be honest. Like, that's what's really exciting to me about the collegiate circuit in particular, is that, you know, it's not all just down to what's best, right? It's not all just down to what's meta. A big portion of it is down to what can you execute best on, and seeing these players who have specialized in some of these off-meta picks, very, very exciting.
I adore it myself, and it's very reminiscent of some teams from, like, the very beginning of the Overwatch collegiate space that were heavily anti-meta. Like, when GOATS was a huge thing, there were some select schools that you knew you would never catch them playing GOATS. They play those glass cannon style compositions with that wrecking ball as the centerpiece, and we're seeing that slowly start to come back with just the really fast heroes, very low health pools, but reliant around that disruption play from the wrecking ball.
Well, let's take a couple of minutes now, Nerdy Bird, and take an interview with one of the members of the winning team. And look at this, we've got the unofficial MVP in the chat. Congratulations, Luke. What a standout showing today from your squad, and from you particularly on Pharah.
Thank you. I'm proud of my team. We came together. We actually have improved so much, like, over the season, so getting into nationals is awesome.
That is just absolutely fantastic. Now, tell us a little bit about why you all run this. I won't necessarily say unusual, but non-meta type composition. I mean, it was an absolute joy to watch. Like, don't get me wrong, I love seeing this. I am a Wrecking Ball main myself and love playing with Afara, especially one who really follows up on what that Wrecking Ball is doing. So yeah, walk us through a little bit of why you've chosen this composition in the face of such a dominating meta at this point.
Yeah, so I mean we've been running like Pharah version comps since Overwatch 1, and you know there's always those, like right now the meta is like the fast comps, so you know it's a lot more challenging, but with like how much progress we've made on the comp, it's like we're able to put in enough work, like even though it's more work, it's like getting the job done. And you know with the ball slam and Pharah directs, like it's tough to beat.
It really is. That burst damage is absolutely tremendous. Now talk to us a little bit about King's Row, right? Because that was the one, I think, misstep that we saw from your squad this entire series, right? And it wasn't a long one. You all performed reasonably well on it, but University of Cincinnati definitely, they put their foot in the ground there. So what did what was going through your head? What did you all have to do to recover from that map loss and then move forward and keep pushing and come away with this win?
Yeah, so on King's Row, like we're used to running like with Mei, and I usually play the Mei, so I was feeling a little like uncomfortable playing something else. So I think that kind of got in my head, and you know we kind of started feeling ourselves too much. We had the lead, we thought we were comfortable, so well the round ended, we lost King's Row, and we knew that Dorado was going to be like a really good map for us since it's so strong for Pharah. So we were still confident, and we've been pushing all season, so it was just like another game.
And how does it feel now? I mean, that game probably was a little bit stressful. I mean, the term last chance qualifiers probably puts a lot of anxiety on anybody. But how does it feel to be at this point and representing your school, like overall here within the NACE Star League?
This is incredible. Like we have this whole setup here. This is our first year as a program, and Danny, our director, he's phenomenal. He set this all up, and it's just awesome to see his hard work paid off. So
honestly, it is paying off in spades. You guys did a fabulous job. You also added to my own personal homework because the team that I coach just started DMing me rapidly watching this broadcast and saying, can we run that comp? I have a Wrecking Ball and Far main on my team, so I appreciate that kind of. But with that being said, how do you think the next match is going to go for you guys? Do you feel a little concerned knowing that your win condition of, you put you on the Farah has kind of been exposed a little bit?
yeah, I mean we've streamed our matches on our own, but now that it's like out there, it's definitely gonna be recognized and people are gonna look to counter it. But again, like it's still off meta, and other teams still have to learn how to beat it, and I think we're doing good on it. And like I said before, like we've been rolling through the season, getting better, so like we're just gonna keep pushing.
That's fantastic to hear. Well, before we let you go, just one final question. Would you like to give any shout outs to anybody out there? Friends, family, teammates, whoever you'd like.
Yeah, I'll shout out my team. They're all right next to me. They're awesome. They played phenomenal, and I'm glad we're able to compete at this level, especially for all of us. Not most of these players, actually everyone but me, has never hit GM, so it's nice to get to this level. And then I also shout out my family. I haven't seen them in a while because they're in Pennsylvania and I live in Wisconsin now, so I do miss them. And shout out to my girlfriend. She's on the team. She plays support, so she was Serial.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, Sarah looked like she had a bit of a rough time today, but you all pulled through. You were able to keep her up long enough to get the win. So congratulations to everybody. Good luck to you as well for the rest of the season.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, that's going to do it for that match, but we've got more excitement with the last chance qualifier coming our way. We will be having our next match starting very shortly, but before we throw it to a break, Nerdy Bird, any final words from you?
I want to see some more off-meta comps at this point. I mean, if you're in the last chance qualifiers, I think it's okay to, get a little creative and, play a little bit more funky.
Absolutely. Well, one last thing before we go, and that is to remind you of our giveaway. ROTC is back with another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out the chat and Nace Starleague Twitter to enter for a chance to win a PS5 controller and Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Army ROTC, be a leader. And with that, we are going to throw it to a short break, but don't go anywhere. We've got another phenomenal last chance qualifier coming your way very shortly.
Best idea of what he's actually capable of, and you know, that second that he had against Woodchuck Man was pretty clean, and we're seeing right now 130% just added on. Oh,
Yeah, you get a little hopeful, you get a little excited, and then they defy all expectations. They come in here and they start to dominate Lackawanna, one of the best teams in their division. This is an incredible performance, but Aoba with a great steal of their own. I can't watch the replay on this.
Around in the line, and T-Bam 3 kills. Might I add that one? This time ISO's gonna open up and just in behind slays out onto 2. Backline of Churching State player number 4 looking to hunt down, but he just can't win it out. ISO frying on Tuscan.
Advon all down half HP with a well-placed rail. A grab misses again.
Finding both of his well. This is gonna be it. It's good here on King's Row. So
this before, but it looks like not everyone was there immediately. I don't know that they're going to be here fast. Diego's going to smite into the pit immediately.
Where's the TP? Oh, look, the back line. That combination. Amumu Akali. It's a triple kill. Another quadrant. The godlike Lucian.
The help of Purple and flash out, get rid of Sammy. Nice shot there about downfield. And John's gonna go down into the situation, so Western looking at 11 right now. Great transfer bleeds too, so
Might have lost down on Aryan there in that first map, swapped in Kinmeister, but I'm loving aggression that we're seeing. Kinmeister with the quad kill on the anti-eco.
we are back and ready for more Overwatch 2 action here at the Naystar League for the last chance qualifiers. Quick recap of the weekend where we have started. On Tuesday, had Overwatch 2, League of Legends, followed by Valorant on Wednesday, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate on Thursdays, Rocket League and Super Smash to round out your Friday, and found ourselves here today on Saturday with Overwatch 2, followed by Rocket League, and it will be the same story tomorrow on Sunday. So, we got another exciting match ahead of us here. University of Wisconsin Stout versus Toronto Metropolitan University. Both of these teams even record during the season at 5-2. So without much more than that to base any predictions off of, I think this is going to be a very, very close one here, Nerdy Bird.
I agree. I mean, I have seen Stout. We've seen Toronto Metropolitan University actually recently on Naystar League. So with that being said, they're definitely pretty equal. I think what ultimately is it's going to come down to is really how the first fights go, and then like the adjustments, because half the time tanks, you're playing a game of rock, paper, scissors if you're not defaulting to meta comp. So we'll have to see how that works out for both these teams.
That we will, but let's take a quick peek at the starting rosters for University of Wisconsin Stout. We have Flack, Dr. Eggman, Master Bubble, Rookio, and Turbinator. For Toronto Metropolitan University, their starting roster will include Solo, Apoth, Pleb W, Michelle, and KVN. So these are going to be the players they are resting their last chance qualifier hopes on today, at least the starting squad. Of course, we may see some substitutions coming in from one or the other, but at least these will be the faces that we see first.
Yes, do know for sure that Stout has a little bit of a deeper roster. They made some swaps based off the first map pick here that we're going to be going into. So there's some opportunities to make things a little bit more unexpected if they don't come out on top of map 1, or even if map 2, whatever ends up being picked, they don't want this entire roster being in. They have the depth to reach down in their pockets and change things up and play people that are more comfortable on that map or have hero pools that match the playstyle they are looking for the map in particular.
And speaking of maps, we got a little bit of an insight early into where we are going to be headed first, and frankly, no surprises here today, but the predictions for us both. I'm putting my money behind Toronto Metropolitan today. Nerdy Bird, you're taking the opposite approach. You believe that Wisconsin Stout going to be coming out on top today.
Yes, I mean, I once upon a time scouted their team and they looked a little bit scary to me, so I'm going to stick with how I was shaken looking at their roster and what they're capable of doing. But ultimately, the thing that's different here in the Star League is that opportunity to select the map game 2 and not having to follow a map pool and map type. That is a huge variable in this and can create obviously huge upset opportunities. We'll have to wait and see who comes out on top of this one. Either way, one of us is right. But with that being said, I wish teams both best of luck. I mean, Lijiang Tower, are we really shocked? Is there really much of another choice? I mean, you even have it as your background on your green screen, if no one noticed. It's like this man was fully prepared for both these two games.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Lijiang Tower is actually my favorite map in the game. I know it's typical. You can't say it's meta necessarily, but it's standard, and I just love it. I love it. It's a playground for Wrecking Ball. It honestly is, and you know what? That's what I'm trying to play most days out of the week. So I love it. Love it here on Lijiang. A slight preference to the nighttime version, but I think that's because I am a gamer and I keep gamer hours. So it is interesting seeing the light shining through the windows right here. I never really paid attention, but the shadows that are being cast on that control center floor as well are kind of nice, kind of pretty right there. But control center, the name of the game, or rather Lijiang Tower, the name of the game, control the map type, and our first sub map this time will be Gardens.
If you want me to heal you,
oh my gosh!
All sorts of wackiness in the spawn area right now.
Okay, actually, Stout is being wacky. The other side, though, that is hard meta from Overwatch League, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how this works for both of these teams. Dragman on this Bastion, a very, very interesting look, but it's going to make that bubble for Solo go down in record time. But you know what? Dragman doesn't even have their sights set on the bubble. They've got their sights set on the players. Two of them gone almost immediately, but Stout, they need to get these final few kills here. Otherwise, the respawns are going to come back, and Flak does go down, but Dragman eventually able to get the last few picks that they need to give Stout the first possession of the point.
This is the first time I can actually say in a very long time, I'm very happy with both the compositions we see here. I love the creativity, and then I love if Overwatch League can do it, we've already been doing it, we're going to show college level how it's done. There's a lot of opportunity here. It's just, yes, first fight went in favor of Stout, but we saw in our last series, first fight, unless it's pushed, doesn't always mean the map victory.
You're absolutely right, it doesn't. Epaulet has swapped over to the Genji, so a slight difference now from the meta. I'm anticipating that's in response to Dragman on the Bastion. We see the deflex come in, chucking a lot of damage. Immortality Field has to be used. Now we've got the Kitsune Rush pushing out onto University of Wisconsin Stout. And with that, Toronto Metropolitan takes control of the point and wins the fight.
Does look like Wisconsin's gonna have Overclock, Shatter, Window Beat, and I think it's called Aerial Strike, Bastion's new ultimate, coming in. Whereas the side of Toronto, they're gonna have, Primal, Beat, Overclock, and we hear the Bastion will get popped. The thing is, this can force people, yes, into the Reinhardt Shatter. That's what I was thinking, but no one goes down because they did not engage fast enough. Finally, we do lose Solo, though.
Yeah, huge opportunity, I think, gone by the wayside there, and Toronto Metropolitan University wastes no time taking advantage of that. Both DPS ults used in that engagement, the sound barrier as well. But a lot expanded on Wisconsin's side, and in addition, we see Cheddar swapping over to the Zarya now.
And it's Wisconsin going very close to the meta. Interesting that they choose the Reaper over going to something like the Genji with the Zarya here. I understand it's to deal with the Winston, but we'll have to see how this works out. So far, though, we're in 2 fight zone for this map to end.
There we are. Solo has gone ahead and used the Primal Rage. Rukio with the sound barrier to try and allow Wisconsin Stout to push onto point. But the shot from Pleb W rings true, takes Cheddar out of the equation. And with that, Toronto Metropolitan, they are now staring down last fight territory. They've just got one more to win before they secure this sub-map.
And they still have that Kitsune Rush, which if they pop it early, knowing that there is no beat coming out for the side of Stout, they can, yep, there it is. They can make it so there's no opportunity to even touch the point, but they did not get this Lucio down fast enough, so they're going to have to deal with a slight overtime timer. That
they will. Rukio able to stay alive, give a 1-player edge now to Wisconsin Stout. Solo, though, able to find Turbinator, but not shortly thereafter. Flack is able to get a kill as well, so Toronto Metropolitan has to back off for the moment.
Going in this next fight, they have Overclock. They're going to have another Primal, borderline another beat, and another Blade. Let's see if they're able to prepare for this Death Blossom Kitsune and grab, though. This really heavily relies on Genji, I believe, getting in there, playing for disruption, getting those deflects in at the right times. But they missed the deflect on grab. The Suzu gets dropped. Deflect has been completely burned. And that means Reaper gets a free Blossom if they get it up in this fight, but it looks like just cleanup crew is all they need.
Yeah, fortunately for Toronto Metropolitan, they didn't use any ultimates in that fight. So they're going to have 4 on the board for this last engagement. Wisconsin Stout, on the other hand, only going to be looking at 3. Maybe they get the sound barrier in, but if they do, it'll be towards the end of the fight, at which point it might be too late. Kitsune Rush committed early on. Michelle responds in kind with the sound barrier. Here comes the Death Blossom, or rather, the Death Blossom, the Overclock, the Blade as well, but Wisconsin Stout able to mitigate all of that damage, staying alive and turning this point and this round in their favor.
In the words of a lot of other Overwatch players, they had every Q in the game on both sides, and every Q got hit.
Yeah, it did. But moving on to a new sub-map now. So, are we going to go Brawl Central? We are, actually, headed to Control Center this time. So the composition, at least, that Wisconsin Stout was running beforehand, a little bit more suited, I think, for this point. But Toronto Metropolitan making some changes in spawn as well.
The host is here, and I'm very excited about it. Cheddar, please stick with the Orisa. I understand she's not meta. Her kit is very selfish, but I adore some good Orisa play.
Yeah, Orisa, an old familiar face, but a brand new shiny kit here in Overwatch 2. Solo's first bubble going to be gotten rid of in very short order. Flack able to find Michelle right off the bat. So, well, Wisconsin Stout going to be able to take control of the point right off the bat. And Toronto Metropolitan forced to try again.
I want to just highlight here Cheddar's personal discipline. The only cooldown from their kit that they used there was Spear. Typically, a lot of Orisas, when they're not familiar with the kit, they'll use Spear Spin to engage and then use Spear and Fortify almost right afterwards. And those that Fortify going down and Spear Spin, never want to see that happen. Easy engage. Instead, only using Spear is just showing Cheddar's discipline on this hero.
And now the discipline playing off as well in spades for the rest of the team. They're able to secure enough kills for the fight win. But crucially, Toronto Metropolitan able to get 2 exit picks, 1 onto Cheddar. So Toronto Metropolitan can get their ducks in a row and get out quickly. They could have a little bit of an advantage. At least, though, Wisconsin won't be able to set up the way they want to on point.
I'm excited to see how Dr. Eggman uses this Riptire. As I'm talking about it, they decide to pop it. And it could be used just as a threatening thing. Suzu gets dropped, and there was a bubble on Solo, so they couldn't pick them up anyway. We hear Kitsune Rush, and I believe... Nope, just Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, but those Hellfire shotguns working overtime right now for Toronto Metropolitan. Able to secure several kills off the back of those, and Solo finishing them off on the Zarya. Now they're going to be able to take a pretty forward position here and try and bleed out a lot of resources as Wisconsin tries to get to the point. But they do have an amplification matrix here, so that could clear the way pretty effectively.
Amp can, they just have to be really careful not to get overzealous and push past it immediately, because we could see an overclock in response or even a grab, and there is the grab.
But Flack gonna land their shot first, so despite the grab landing, the player advantage going the way of Wisconsin at the moment, and now Flack has the overclock online. They're getting value from it. Pleb and Apoth both falling under their fire, and with that, Stout reclaims the point.
They didn't use anything but overclock. That is absolutely terrifying. Coming up for Toronto, they only have Death Blossom, and really all you need is either Spear Spin, a Spear, or an Immor. Immor has been popped, so there's one major survivability gone for the Death Blossom if we do see Apoc get in that backline.
Yeah, Apoc nowhere to be seen at all. Here he comes right in the thick of it, right behind the supports, but it's not going to be enough because Cheddar uses the Terra Surge to huge effect. Now we've got Apoc swapping over to the Genji for a last moment contest because this is last fight for Wisconsin Stout.
That was so gross. The Terra Surge with the window and Junkrat damage coming through. Survivability was close to none. We hear Tire. Down goes Immor. Down goes multiple bubbles. And it's a 3-piece for Dr. Eggman.
Dr. Eggman coming in huge with a Riptide there to secure that fight, the round victory, and the map for University of Wisconsin Stout.
Okay, so we know that Toronto is digging that Overwatch League meta play. Slight variation. Apoc seems like they're not as comfortable on the Reaper. They're definitely reaching back towards the Genji play a little bit, but it's not too much of a deviation from that meta composition. What do you think their next map pick is going to be?
Ooh, that's always an interesting question. Based on what we've seen, okay, you know what? I'm actually just gonna go for it. I'm gonna say Kings Row. We're headed to Kings Row next. It seems I'm gonna go for the easy win this time around. We'll see whether or not I get it though.
You know, that one's completely valid. I'll give it to you. I mean, we didn't talk about it last time, but before we get to the next map pick, I'm actually gonna steal what you said earlier, and I'm gonna propose possibly seeing Gibby, just because they're running that meta composition, and Winston is so heavily, you know, forceful and a dominant character on those high grounds for Watchpoint Gibraltar on attack, because when you pick map, you don't get to pick sides. So that means most likely you're going to be stuck attacking first. Winston on attack on Gibby, have fun. I mean, yes, Orisa can counter that, but you got to make sure that spear lands.
Yeah, you certainly do. And given how many leaps Winston's going to have, you're probably not going to be hitting all of them. But I would love to see Watchpoint Gibraltar. I'm not sure if we've actually seen it on broadcast yet. Well, I gotta think back. Maybe we have. Maybe we have once. But I love the map. I think it's a map a lot of people love to hate.
Yes!
But I think there's a lot of great Overwatch that can happen there. But we'll know soon enough, I'm sure. Now, the first sub-map here on Gibraltar, or rather, listen to me, Gibraltar, on Lijiang Tower, it was a very, very close affair, 99 to 99. But on that most recent one, much more one-sided. We did see Toronto come away with a little bit of point possession, but much heavily in favor of Wisconsin Stout. So, this is interesting, I think, looking forward, because when we get into that kind of brawly situation, at least at the moment, I think Wisconsin Stout is looking far, far stronger right now. So honestly, if I were Toronto Metropolitan University, I would not be looking to go to Kings Row. I still think that's probably where we're headed. But I think something like you said, like a Gibraltar, maybe even Toronto again, even Route 66, all of these, I think, could be very good choices for them for our second map. But again, only time will tell.
Yeah, if it's King's Row, you might audibly hear my head hit the desk just because of, like, is there really any other second map?
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting to hear the thud on the other side of the casting.
Come on, guys! Oh. Okay, I get it, but, like, it almost feels like we don't have any other second map.
Right?
Have, like,
it feels like we've got a map, or not a map pool. It's like set maps.
I have begged so heavily when I've been casting, or like when I have been the team that has won map 1 and it's map 2, I'm like, don't go Kings, don't go Kings. And the team just drops Kings Row, and I'm like, there's a reason why it's called Scrims Row. Pull out something creative. Give me Blizzard World, for Pete's sakes.
Right? Oh my gosh. Well, Wisconsin gonna be on defense first time here, and pretty standard. I'm not even going to entertain what Toronto Metropolitan is hovering over at the moment. Yeah,
I think that might have just been to like make one of us get a little scared because doofus question.
Yeah. Yep. But you never know. You never know. I mean, it's. Doofus is certainly a character in Overwatch 2. That's about all I'm gonna say about him at the moment. But some early aggression coming out from Toronto Metropolitan, getting in a nice disruptor shot, sectioning off quite a bit of point, at least initially. But now Solo taking a ton of damage, Flak pushing them back very effectively with that railgun.
Dr. Eggman has actually picked up that Genji mantle, dives in, Flak with the railgun, picks one, but Pop returns the favor and picks up Flak. So we're even as far as manpower goes, but down goes Mitchell, down goes Solo, so it looks like this might be an opportunity for Wisconsin to gain some pace here and just force back the side of Metropolitan to spawn.
Yeah, that's going to be a slow walk back there. Genji eventually dashing in. But Wisconsin, they played that to a T, right? I think in a lot of cases, you don't necessarily want to win the fight very, very quickly and decisively because you're going to burn less time off the clock. So here, they got rid of a minute already. Kitsune Rush, though, going to be used onto point now for Toronto Metropolitan. Should be able to get one pit tick out of this. And now we've got the Graviton Surge on point as well. Flurry of kills coming in favor of Toronto. Gonna have to back off now is Wisconsin and mount up a defense somewhere else.
And we're gonna have Overclock, Beat, and Kitsune Rush on lock for Stout. The return is gonna be that Blade, Overclock, and Beat for the side of Toronto. Now the composition here, unlike the one we saw earlier, does allow for the scene to push up and take control here at Archway, which is what they really need to do with these Zarya-centric compositions, is take away the space and get in their faces. But the target focus is strong right now for Toronto.
Yeah, but right off the bat, we see a strike back on the back of the Kitsune Rush. And despite Solo really having quite the edge there, at least initially in Zarya, Charge Cheddar able to equalize it in short order, put a lot of pressure on here. And yeah, just reclaim control of the cart. And look, they didn't even get it past Arches.
They are sitting in the, if you count cards properly here, you rotate abilities and positions correctly. This could be an easy full hold here. We have returning blades on both sides. The Poth is going to go down. The deflect from Dr. Eggman into the Ghost Dash doesn't find anyone, but they do get out with their life, which is really what they're looking for when you return a blade against a blade, is so that there's a lack of follow-up, but they do pick Solo off near the end.
Yeah, both teams expended, again, the Dragon Blade as well as the Sound Barrier. So neither team has any get out of jail free card at this point. And online right now, we've got the Graviton Surge, we've got the Overclock from both sides. The Kitsune Rush as well. Toronto Metropolitan gonna be hitting the buttons, the go button first. That's gonna force Wisconsin to play from behind. Already Cheddar gone and out of the fight. That means the Graviton Surge, one of their big win conditions, nowhere to be found. So wisely holding on to the rest of their L's. Well, Flak actually going to expend theirs. So big win there for Toronto Metropolitan.
They're managing to pick up some staggers, though, which is a little concerning. The side of Wisconsin needs to get out quickly. We'll have to see how they plan to use this Graviton Surge. I mean, we could see a grab return for a grab. Really hoping to see a Genji deflect one of these. Suzu's already been used, and a solo grab is gonna mean Terminator's gonna go down before the fight even starts, and that is tempo control city right now for Toronto.
It absolutely is. Solo able to find another pick onto Cheddar, and with that, the point flips over. Two sections of the map already done and dusted for Toronto Metropolitan, and they're showing no signs of slowing down. They're pushing all the way into spawn.
This can be a good sign, it can also be a bad sign, because if you use your abilities too soon, you get caught out without any bubbles, and that is time to get eviscerated. We have a grab, an early Suzu, early bubbles, a Poth goes down. We do see Solo find the Lucio for the side of Stout. Kitsune rush gets Pods. This is an opportunity to round the corner. This is where things get really nasty. That Kitsune does so much for anybody.
It really, really does. And Wisconsin able to find a way to hold on there. Despite, not really finding an edge necessarily in that fight until the Kitsune rush. But Toronto Metropolitan, they're going to come back in this next fight with a rush of their own, a Sound Barrier, a Dragon Blade, just about everything lining up to be online for this next fight for Toronto. And they've got 2 minutes and 40 to try and cap the point. Apoth gonna strike first, finds Cheddar. Another pick onto Rikio right after that. Is he gonna get the 5K? This is absolutely tremendous.
Genji with the ace. Unfortunately, that slide's gonna come in handy. Noticing that Stout's really struggling in these fights where they know they're down on the ult economy, but it's okay. Being down on ult economy doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna lose. It means you need to take the fight first or use one of your ults first. They're just not doing that and setting this up for themselves.
That was a huge deflect there from Apoth. Thought that was just a rail shot that they reflected back, but it was actually a disruptor shot, picking them off in spawn. So with just a little under 2 meters left to go, nobody going to be able to touch from Wisconsin. Huge fight win there from Toronto Metropolitan. Again, all off that first initial reflect with that disruptor shot.
To 3, switching sides.
Minute 53 seconds on the clock. That's a decent time bank for Kings Row. I mean, it's not the 3 minutes that we saw earlier, but it's still quite the chunk of change. Time is a resource, and it's very important.
It absolutely is. Time is resource, health is a resource. That's how I play tank. I don't know about you, but I firmly believe in that and using my health to its fullest ability. But that's also a recipe for feeding, which you don't necessarily want to do. But back to this game at hand. That's a really healthy time bank coming out from Toronto Metropolitan. A little under 2 minutes is what they have left over after that cap. So Wisconsin Stout, they've got their work cut out for them here.
We've got Flank, and I'm pretty sure Flank's not intending on sticking with the Widowmaker, but seeing if they can get an entry pick here on someone with bad positioning or who's trying to be a little greedy out the gate and peek spawn immediately to get some charge or even get an insta-kill. So that's going to allow Flank to get some pot shots in here. Let's see if they're able to pick someone up. Or we could see a old strat from the days of the Gladiators and, have the side of Stout take a high ground rotation and force the side of Toronto into a position where they could be caught out by the Widow, but I doubt that.
Yeah, I do as well. It would be interesting to see, no doubt, but yeah, we do have the swap over to the Sojourn, and now looking at a very meta composition from Wisconsin Stout as well. Apoth dashes in, gonna have to use the reflex though to get out, and now Flack able to find Solo. This is huge. Wisconsin coming out in force, wasting absolutely no time, dismantling Toronto Metropolitan here on first point.
And not to mention that when Wisconsin pushed to the choke point, they didn't even have Flack with them. Flack came in late. Holy cow!
Yeah,
they've already
tremendous showing. Tremendous showing already from Wisconsin Stout on this attack. Going to be forced to back up quite a bit, though. In fact, they should have backed up a little bit faster because Cheddar has been taken care of. Apoth able to find a pick as well before Flack finds them, but the damage has already been done, and Toronto Metropolitan should get a nice Arctis hold here. At least this is where they should be able to mount their counterattack.
I agree with you on that. It's just sometimes people get a little overzealous here when they get such a great fight win, but when you clean wipe the entire point like that, everyone is going to spawn at the same time. Solo or duo pushing up, never a good idea. It's going to be a 2v5, and that's exactly what Stout got caught into.
Solo having a hard time keeping their health up at the moment, but at least it's at 50%. Same can be said for Cheddar. Both of them neck and neck right now in ult charge. Cheddar leading the way just slightly. Both of these Kitsune rushes going to be online at basically the same time. Both of them going to be popped as well, but Michelle able to find the first pick. Apoth falls though shortly thereafter, and now this high charge Zarya. Solo just pushing through without any kind of resistance.
Oh boy, that is a deadly beam for sure. Stop feeding the Zarya so much charge, and they're gonna. Oh, are you gonna go up to the window? They did buff that. Let's see if Zarya's gonna be able to get up there. Oh,
ooh,
just
so close,
barely
so close.
missed it.
Yeah, I don't know if they mistimed it or not, but yeah, good effort there. Not gonna be rewarded with that high ground, unfortunately for them. But now, Toronto backing up just a little bit because they're a little bit down in ult percentage. Both Graviton Surges have been sent out. Now we got Pleb seeing if they can keep high charge, seeing if they don't need to use that overclock. And right now it looks like they won't need it as Toronto Metropolitan chases Wisconsin back to their spawn.
That grab was absolutely gorgeous. We did see a couple of people get a little bit low for the side of Toronto, but they played their cards right. They used the right abilities to protect those people and maintained their health pool just enough to not return to the spawn, which is really important here because if you lose people, that's a long walk.
Oh, it really is. Pleb now seeing if they can send somebody back for that long walk, but the overclock does not find the value that they wanted. Here comes the Death Blossom. Michelle going to be taken down first. Pleb eventually able to find them. Now Apoth counters with their own, but the Sojourns are a little too strong. They mitigate both of the Death Blossoms. However, Wisconsin comes up a little bit ahead, so they will get some card progress.
This next fight is, ult economy-wise, favoring the side of Stout. They have Overclock, they're going to have Kitsune and Beat, whereas the side of Toronto only having that Kitsune. Again, this comes down to, because they're trying to save this point, and they need it, yes, they needed to have ulted first, but they're ulting in response to the other Kitsune. Not good. They lose 2 immediately.
Yeah, that's going to be a quick point to capture here for Wisconsin Stout. Michelle and Pleb, they try hard to stall things out, but it's only going to last for so long. And now 4 minutes pushing into third point here for Wisconsin. But this is typically where things slow down the most as well on Kings Row.
Definitely. I think it's due to the fact that the high ground control immediately favors the defense, and a lot of teams struggle with getting a foothold up there or removing anyone who goes onto those high grounds. And we are going to see Pleb take down Cheddar, so there goes the front line for Wisconsin. It's time to kite back and get to spawn.
Yes, it is. Oh my gosh, and Dr. Eggman going to be picked out as well. So a nice stagger there coming from Solo. And Toronto Metro, they've got the grab, they've got the overclock. And maybe not necessarily exactly the combo you're looking for. In fact, both teams have an exact duplicate old composition. We see the Graviton Surge committed early from Solo, but it's going to be Flack who finds value first. There's not going to be a sound barrier to help keep them alive, and so Wisconsin Stout able to get more kills this time around and push that cart forward a little bit closer to victory.
We do still have that Beat online for the side of Toronto Metropolitan University, which is huge. They're going to have Kitsune and Overclock online. Whereas Kitsune are stealing thing for Wisconsin. If they want to win this fight, if they want to have a larger time take by a margin, probably like maybe 15 seconds here, they need a Kitsune ult as soon as they see the whites of the eyes of Toronto Metropolitan. There it is! That's what I wanted, and I'm seeing it. Thank you.
And KVN going to respond in kind. The sound barrier out as well for Toronto Metropolitan, so they're going to have a little bit more pushing power here behind them. And as a result of that, Wisconsin forced to fall back quite a bit. Flab says you can't get out in time and finds Rukia with a nice disruptor, or rather a nice railgun shot. Cheddar does get an exit pick, but again, not going to be enough.
The one thing that is of note here is that one Kitsune was paid, and in response, Toronto then also paid the overclock as well as their own Kitsune rush. That is, the question is, was that worth it? We'll have to see. They do have Grab online this next fight, which could be a game winner.
Regardless of how things go, though, Toronto Metropolitan will have a better time bank than Wisconsin. So, Graviton Surge, Death Blossom online now here for Metro. This could be a huge opportunity for them, but Apoth taken out. Cheddar's grab lands stronger, and now Wisconsin on the brink of completing this map. They need to get it in before a minute expires.
We're going to have Lucio rushing in from Wisconsin, possibly dropping a last-second beat to sustain their team. Poth is going to come in. They have that Death Blossom. The Snoozer's already been used, though. They get bubbled, but they get insanely low, and Flak is going to take them down.
And that's the danger of using a Death Blossom too early. You kind of had to use it there, though, if you're Toronto Metropolitan. But because of that, the Sandberry used. And a great showing here from Wisconsin. They will have a minute to try and capture first point. But that's a far cry from Toronto, who's going to have a little over 2.
In the past, we've seen teams do a lot with 1 minute. We've seen them, go the distance all the way to third point with it. I mean, with how quickly both these teams capped first point, it's not out of the cards. My concern is, though, with how quickly both are capable of doing so, if the side of Stout does not get it all the way, what is their counter plan to that tempo control and just the dominant force that Toronto showed when they capped point 1?
Yeah, it could be anything. I mean, maybe a Winston again would help out here, right? Try and disrupt the Sojourn from getting the value that they want, right? Keep them kind of at bay. That's a lot of how the current meta is being played right now. But yeah, you could just go for more of the same as well, right? Just try and out meta the other squad here. Wisconsin going to go for that look, at least at the moment.
Let's hope Wisconsin doesn't make the same mistake twice, and after they team wipe, you don't push all the way to bookstore, you get on point. You have to have 3 people capping that point when you clean wipe like that. Otherwise, there's an opportunity to get a re-engage at the 2 tick mark from the defending team. So, learn from your mistakes. You don't get the VOD review time. You had the halftime to do it. You got a minute to fix it. Let's see if they can.
Early bubble has to be used by Solo. Getting a little bit of charge. Up to about half and now. Pleb in the back line, seeing if they can find an early opportunity, but it's going to be Flak who strikes first this time. A counter pick comes in, but it might not be enough because both a tank and a DPS now down for Toronto. So Wisconsin, they're pushing on to point. They should be good for at least 2 ticks here. Maybe if Toronto is lucky, they can get back and try and stall out the third.
It's time to post a couple people up at Archway while that point is being capped. Just do some damage, keep people back, chip down at them. You don't need to kill them, but you need to scare them enough to back away. Now everyone has spawn, no one has bad spawn. Let's see if the same mistake happens twice.
A lot of charge being built up by both Zaryas now. Each of them neck and neck again in ult percentage. Overtime is here now for Wisconsin. They got to try and break out of this devastating choke right here. Terminator about to get the Kitsune rush online. Cheddar needs to stay alive for that. Here it comes. This should be an advantage for them. Likely going to be able to get quite a bit of progress off of this push.
Most definitely. The Zarya is just trading bubbles, but it's ultimately going to be Cheddar who comes out on top. Overtime, there's 2 people on the payload. They're trying to get it as far as humanly possible. They have 3 now on the payload. I think that's because Cheddar is floating back there. Yes. But this next fight, it could be a, every Q in the game gets hit again. We are going to have quite a few on both sides. Ultimately, I think it's who utilizes their grav the best that is going to end up winning. But Solo is trailing by 21% on that grav.
Yeah, if Cheddar can lose this first before the Kitsune rush comes in, but they can't. Happens just about the same time. Sound barrier in now from Michelle. That's going to give Toronto Metropolitan a huge advantage here, and that is as far as that payload is going to get. for Wisconsin, but I mean, that is right at the brink of third point.
Almost point two, not bad. And that first fight took a little bit longer than we saw earlier. The thing that we got to give credit where it's due is the side of Toronto, instead of just losing everyone and do a full reset, they actually disengaged and soft resetted so that they had the opportunity to prevent anyone from posting up and getting that control around library, and that really did stall out the payload quite a bit. Well, interested to see if Stout takes a page out of Toronto's book if they end up losing first point.
Right. It will be curious to see how they handle that. And like you said, both of these teams, they've taken first point in very, very rapid ways. So it might all just come down to who can hold better on second point. And honestly, the card made it quite a ways for University of Wisconsin. Toronto Metropolitan, they're really going to have to dig deep and plan things, play things very carefully here in order to equalize or beat that distance.
Looking at how Stout needs to approach this, that archway hold, preventing them from getting past that, even if it's just one fight. A fight roughly takes, 45 seconds here, even in Overwatch 2. That's almost an entire minute gone off that timer, putting them at the same point that Wisconsin was at on their attack. So even if they lose point one, that second fight on archway could be huge for them.
Yeah, it really, really could. Approach coming in now from Toronto Metropolitan. Solo able to get around the Mondada statue. Now pushing up main instead. A lot of damage coming in. Toronto Metropolitan pushing very, very aggressively, but Cheddar right now, higher charge at the moment than Solo, dealing a lot more damage in, but unfortunately taking more damage from other places. And with this, Toronto Metropolitan, they've got one tick. They need to secure a couple more kills just to make sure that there's not a recontest here at the last moment. But it doesn't look like Wisconsin Stout wants to do that.
They completely disengaged after losing their tank, and they also did not get any sort of touch and go on that point. They were pushed off immediately, and that was a very fast cap for the side of Toronto, even before anyone was gone to the respawn for Stout.
Pleb already coming in huge, and this looks very familiar to what we just saw. It is going to just come down to this very, very last hold here, and despite Toronto having more time in the time bank, I think we're going to see the same number of fights.
Most definitely. I mean, I was hoping to actually see something at Archway, but the tempo was just heavily favoring Toronto, and they're using that and keeping control very heavily. We're going to have grabs relatively close. If Cheddar can get some great, alternate fire shots in here before they engage, they should be equal on charge with Solo.
And here comes the Kitsune now from KV, and they're going to try and push forward as aggressively as they can. Rewarded with 3 picks. This is absolutely huge for Toronto Metropolitan. 15 seconds left to go. Wisconsin going to have to regroup very quickly if they hope to contest.
You get 3 on, you get it to the checkpoint, you have the Lucio rush forward a little bit, get a boop, get a slow, and they're not even going to touch.
Yeah, here comes the Genji in right now, trying to dash for it, but it's not going to be the case. Toronto Metropolitan evens the series at 1 apiece.
Okay, alright, so Scrim's Row's gone. At least that one's gone.
And Lee Chung. Yeah, they're both out now.
Do you have a guess for the third?
Well, let's see here. We're throwing it back to University of Wisconsin Stout. I'm thinking Brawl again for them. You know what? I'm going to go back to Eichenwald. I'm going to go back to Eichenwald this time. I like that pick for them. Yeah.
Winston's not as strong on the second point, so I think going still really brawly and just, checking out the high ground and just looking to catch people in rotations will be really strong. But we can see this dominating just play coming out between Apoth and Solo with a little bit of help from Pleb. Pleb was absolutely, and I say this, I know it sounds like a bad term, but I say this with all due respect, disgusting on the Sojourn. I mean, those full charge shots almost every time we're finding someone. So nicely done on that. You're forced to reckon with. This is why Sojourn needs a little bit of a nerf, but the Blizzard devs seem to vastly disagree with everyone who plays Overwatch currently.
Yeah, apparently. But, it'll happen eventually, I'm sure, at some point. But we'll have to wait for it, just like we're going to have to wait for the action to continue, because we're throwing it once again to a very short break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. It's time to see who's going to take the lead here in game number 3 of this matchup between University of Wisconsin Stout and Toronto Metropolitan University. If you are just joining us again, I am Juggle God, this is Nerdy Bird, and we are about to take you into map 3, which production hasn't told us where. They've just said we're going to be excited. So,
if
somewhere
it's something
new.
different.
Yeah, it's not Eichenwald. I was wrong. Again, surprise. But
I think we're fine with being wrong in this case.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's fine by me. So I'm very excited to see where we're going to go. And this was Wisconsin Stout's map pick as well. So, you know, my I don't know, maybe it's one of the new maps. That would be absolutely fantastic. I think to see as well. So but out of the new maps, I'm trying to think, where do you think would give Wisconsin Stout their best chance here of coming back in this series and going up 2-1 over Toronto?
The name is escaping me. I want to say it's New Queen Street, the push map that's in Canada. Is that?
That's New Queen Street. Yeah.
I'm thinking New Queen Street would be very strong for their composition. We haven't seen any kind of funky Pharah comps come out, so it's not like they'd have to be dealing with that because the skybox is relatively high on New Queen Street. We are about to load into the map, though. Let's see what they ended up picking.
Circuit Royale. All right. Okay, so we're going escort again, but the new one.
We're going the escort map with the busted defense.
Right? I mean, look, we're gonna have a chance to see this hill right here. I mean, this. Oh, never mind. We were beta by the video. There it is. I mean, you know, there was an interesting video I watched a while ago with some of the Overwatch devs where they talked about the the rate of incline and how in Overwatch, just like with the maps, they wanted them to be very gradual inclines. So with Overwatch 1, you see these very kind of like shallow hills, right? These very low sloping hills, but they kind of threw that out the window with Circuit Royale. And like that is such a steep incline, such a high, powerful position to be able to hold right there at the end of first point for defense. And this is great. We're getting to see Sigma as well today. I had a feeling if we a strong chance we'd see him on defense. Excited that we get the chance to.
And we're seeing the kind of pseudo-busted defense. That lower right room where that Sigma shield just got pushed in front of is actually a really strong point to play defense for if you're not going for the more spammy composition like we have here coming out from Wisconsin, because you need distance for spam to work. Now we're having the over-the-top engage onto the defense to try and break it down because it's difficult to anticipate it every time.
Ooh.
The accretion, not deflected. Apop's gonna go down.
Yeah, that is a key thing. Accretion does not get reflected or deflected by Genji. So, Cheddar able to finish that off in quick succession. We're going to see Solo try and getting a little bit of ground here initially, seeing if they can put some pressure on Sigma, but just unable to. And now going to be seeing some swaps come in from Toronto as well, because Dr. Eggman was clicking heads.
For a second, we saw Solo go on to JQ, and I was like, what? What is the plan here, my friend? But they're going with the Sigma, and we're swapping over to more spammy style comp as well. Gonna be heavily relying on getting a little bit of slow damage, as well as maybe a little bit of damage out from Fleb with a Discord Orb-allowing Genji to engage. They just have to be really careful of Solo's accretion. Again, that's the hard part, but spam v spam means the payload gets a little bit of free space.
It does. They're going to be able to push it kind of halfway down this initial straightaway. Now Solo has started to close the distance, but a flurry of damage is coming in. Immortality Field has to be used. Barely any shield left. Make it none for Solo. They get up into the air, and Turbinator going to be able to finish them off. Wisconsin South, they've got this first point on lockdown at the moment.
I mean, they're playing the comp how the comp's meant to be played. You can't... You gotta question, how do you break it down when you are, you know, mirroring one another? And the key to victory here is letting Sigma park themselves on the cart, and then you support them in that solo, you know, Sigma on Sigma. This window could be the break of this defense and open up the opportunity for this rotation, but the response window means that no one can move. It's a stalemate.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Cheddar just being able to get enough chip damage to keep DPS and Solo at bay. But now, shield goes down for Cheddar. Rukio is out of the fight. Pleb was able to find them, but Dr. Eggman strikes back the pick of their own. Now Solo pushing forward after a Gravitic Flux, looking for some value here. But again, they find it. They're actually able to find Cheddar as well. So Wisconsin Stout looking a little rough at the moment. Toronto Metropolitan, they should be able to capture this point.
And now we are running perfect mirror comps of one another. This will be interesting to see. I want to see a Widow duel. Those make me very happy. But
don't get them that often these days.
Dr. Eggman says, no, Artie, your wish is not going to be granted. I'm swapping to Genji. I saw the Widow pick. I'm just going to make their life a little bit more difficult and just go deal with them myself on Genji.
And it kind of makes sense once you start to move into this point of the map as well. Widow, I think, loses some of her value as you start to round this corner. Flack putting in a lot of damage here for Wisconsin, trying to push back at Toronto Metropolitan. KVN forced to use the Transcendence to stay alive, but that also gives Wisconsin a little bit more pushing power as well. Going to be falling back, though, at the moment as both of those have expired, and now the Gravitic Flux can come in without any worry of no damage being done. Flack able to find Pleb. This fight, though, is taking a very long time. Wisconsin might have turned the corner with it, though, after those pair of picks, and that's going to be Solo hitting the ground, so we will get a hold here for Wisconsin.
And we do see Apoth has swapped over to the Genji. Your observation of Widow not being as useful when you hit that corner was very, very true, which is why I was a little confused as Apoth going with the Widowmaker, other than to take the duel, but, you know, maybe hit tab one more time and recognize that the other swap came out and just go back.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A little bit of chip damage just being exchanged here. Dr. Eggman trying to get the blade online. Now with Michelle out of the picture as well, and they know that that Zenyatta hasn't had enough time to build back that Transcendence. This could be a golden opportunity for them, but instead, Solo going to be able to find them with a Gravitic Flux on the turnaround here, and now we're getting a little bit more aggression coming out from Toronto as they try to climb this very, very steep hill. Dr. Eggman falling back. Looking again for an opportunity. Amplification Matrix could come out here as well. KVN is down. There's the Immortality field. So now this Blade is free to go, but I don't think they need it. They've already got 2 picks.
Yeah, and the Ghost Dash comes through, comes strong, and yeah, that's a 3-piece for Dr. Eggman. No Blade necessary, but that does give extra time over to KVN to build that trans. Granted, 44% off. But, you know, Zen's volleys can do a decent chunk of damage and get you a lot of ult charge if you can land the hits.
Yeah, they really can. They don't call him a glass cannon for nothing. Oh, look at this. A tiny little hole right there. It reminds me of what we saw in Owl this weekend where I forget who it was. Picked somebody out underneath a car with a shot. Huge Gravitic Flux, though, from Cheddar, able to take out Pleb, and now things are starting to fall apart a little bit for Toronto Metropolitan, especially considering they've only got 25 seconds left to go here. Make it 20. Blade online now for Apoth. They're going to see if they can make something of it as Rukio's Transcendence has expired. They get a 3K before going down, but that's only a 1-player advantage here for Toronto Metropolitan. They've got to continue to get these kills.
KVN also made the very interesting choice of using an aggressive trance. I mean, I get it. The huge abilities that you're looking out for are Gravitic Flux and Blade, but possibly hanging on to it for one more fight might have been beneficial, especially if this is the end here because they don't have that trance.
Yeah, Flack strikes first. Michelle is gone, but Dr. Eggman falls as well. Flack continuing, though, to find value here, looking towards the back line at this point. They're completely behind the other team, able to find KVN as well. Nobody's able to stop them. Their attention is drawn too many different places, and with that, overtime will expire.
Yeah, because Sojourn's a hero.
Exactly.
Flak's just, oh my gosh, this is a case in point. Not even power creep. This is just how this hero was meant to be, and it's disgusting. And Flak is abusing it, and I'm here for it.
Yeah. Sojourn is so overpowered right now. It's ridiculous, right? Like, there needs to be some weakness, right? Some weakness to her in her kit. And there's very little way to be found. I mean, I feel like the worst you can say about her is she's only got 200 HP, right? And that's not exactly a weakness. Something exploitable.
I mean, like, her slide jump can be used to either get you positioning or give you a get out of jail free card if you decided to do an ego move or put yourself in a dumb spot. So her kit is too well rounded, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. It's got everything. But it'll be interesting to see how long that lasts. What's going to be interesting to see how long lasts as well is Toronto Metropolitan University's defense here. They've got a tough act to follow. I think a lot of times, Circuit Royale, tough map to finish, but frequently see it getting to point 3. So
Cheddar?
Gonna be excited to see how far Wisconsin can get this.
I mean, I thought the horse was a creative pick, but I'm here for it. But the Reinhardt? Really?
Yeah, he's gonna have a very hard time closing this distance, especially with Apoth on Hanzo. Right? I don't think they were necessarily anticipating that coming out, so the Cheddar shield is just gonna be eaten alive, right? It's not gonna be able to, in this initial distance that you have to close is so hard to do, but it looks like at least at the moment Cheddar is managing the shield very, very well. In fact, getting up on top of the Sigma now, just about within swinging distance. Solo going down relatively low. Immortality field has to be used, but Turbinator takes it out relatively quickly. Now Dr. Eggman pushing forward as well. I suppose they have the Bastion behind them, so the Sig shield got to be very low as well. Wisconsin hasn't gotten any picks yet, but look at how much positioning, how much distance they've been able to gain here.
Yeah, Cheddar, I apologize. I should never have doubted the Reinhardt pick. The Rectangle Man is strong.
Right? It's working out incredibly well, but honestly, I think it's because of the Bastion pick, right? In the absence of the Bastion pick, I don't think that this works.
Oh, I agree.
It's just so much damage going into the Sig shield. He's not able to use the kinetic grasp as much as he wants to either. I mean, look at this. He's still alive, but he's had to back off all the way. And now first point has already been captured. Like, we barely even heard the sound signaling that.
This is a creativity that I did not anticipate. I'm very happy with it. The point cap, and it's still going, hasn't been challenged. Just anytime Cheddar gets a little bit low, Dr. Eggman just goes, okay, let me go turret form for a moment, and goes, tank formation, and just starts deleting people. They did lose Cheddar finally, but that was like 3 fights without losing either of those two.
Yeah, it was a huge first push from University of Wisconsin Stout. However, Toronto gonna have a much more defensible position here. It's going to be hard for Dr. Eggman to get the value that that they were getting on the Bastion, but they're getting ready to have the artillery strike as well. So I anticipate we're going to see Dr. Eggman continue through the artillery strike, but I feel like a swap is going to be in order relatively soon. And here it comes. Peppering that backline a little bit, making it hard for them to stand around. Now we've got the sound barrier out from Rukio. Dr. Eggman does find Pleb. Michelle still has the Transcendence online if they need it to try and hold on. But at the moment, they're just seeing if they can back out, regroup, and not have to expend that, because ideally they want to save that as long as they can.
I mean, Michelle's going to have to play this trance very well. But that was a fantastic response to Cheddar's Earth Shatter. Picked up 2, but the accretion to just make sure he couldn't do anything with it was absolutely perfectly timed. Dr. Eggman did find a Poth, and now Toronto down 1. They're losing a lot of ground here and a lot of time. Window gets dropped, but this might... Oh, Trance, though. Trance Michelle, I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be tough now, but there's not really any ultimates on board either for University of Wisconsin. Dr. Eggman is very, very low. Here comes a Gravitic Flux as well from Solo, and the picks come in heavily in favor of TMU.
And Apoth is able to play cleanup crew, but we've got 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. That is, 2-3 fight territory if they don't drag them out, if they're very fast. There isn't any huge ult favor in this next one, other than the window that's going to be coming out from Turbinator. I mean, you can just LOS that unless it's parked in front of the payload, in which case defense, good luck staying alive, and also good luck contesting at that moment.
Yeah, and ideally as well for Wisconsin, they can use this amplification matrix to help charge the rest of the ults and gain an advantage there, tempo-wise too. But it's all going to be dependent on how much value they get out of this. A nice placement for it. It's forced back Toronto Metropolitan very far. Solo's already taken out of the fight, just a little over a meter to go. Stopped with just half of one left. Jet are able to take out the Immortality Field. Solo actually coming back on the Doomfist here just to get in and stall as quick as they can. But KVN, nowhere to be found. Pleb is gone as well. This is going from bad to worse fast for Toronto Metropolitan, and University of Wisconsin Stout will take the map.
I get the Doomfist pick, Solo. This is the one time where I'll say, yeah, I get it. It's probably the second fastest tank to get you back there. I think Wrecking Ball might have been slightly faster, but Doomfist
with a Grappling Claw nerf, I don't know. I think it might actually be between Diva and Doomfist.
Well, maybe we'll have to see a race sometime, but I mean, once Doomfist gets there, you're kind of really, really stranded. At least you got a foothold in, but nonetheless, that map just didn't work out. It happens. GG go next.
Exactly.
Perhaps we'll see Gibby now.
Maybe. I've got my fingers crossed. I'm still waiting for it. That'd be fantastic. I would also take Paraíso, mostly because I just absolutely love the aesthetic of that map. My favorite one, just from a visual point of view that Blizzard has come out with so far. But this has been exciting. It's been Dr. Eggman has given us some very interesting, very exciting picks, some very exciting plays throughout this series so far. So can't wait to see what they're going to bring to us next, and if Toronto Metropolitan can even up the series at 2 apiece here in this last chance qualifier.
Also, one thing I want to note here is that I mentioned it earlier. There are substitutions that these teams could be making, and we haven't seen one yet. And I am still waiting to see if there's going to be a call for a substitute to try and shake things up.
Did Wisconsin swap their tank initially? I have a slight recollection.
I think they did. I think you're right.
Yeah, I think Wisconsin swapped in Cheddar, but I don't remember off the top of my head the name of the tank before them. But yeah, okay, that is correct. They have swapped out at least the tank once.
Yeah, so
we've seen
are
some
they
of
gonna
the depth of Wisconsin, but not all.
Are we gonna see that swap happen again based off map here? Because I think that kind of will demonstrate just like how they favor, like it'll give away some intel, if that makes sense. Like the playstyle they're gonna be planning on going up against, at least from the side of Toronto. And actually, we're gonna see a very familiar map. We're gonna see Coliseo.
Coliseo again.
Don't think Wisconsin made any swaps here. But Cheddar, if you could pick up the mantle of the horse, that would make me very happy. Because I mean, at least on point 1, you can win that fight with horse very heavy-handedly if you're as disciplined as your other tank counterpart.
That's true. We have seen that discipline so far today, right? We've seen actually some fantastic resupply. I believe starting on Control Center, if memory serves me correctly. And like you said, just the discipline that they had with their abilities was just paramount. I learned a bit actually from that, so thank you for that little tidbit of information, because not gonna lie, I've been struggling on the Battle Cattle this season. And maybe that's a little bit of why.
It is a counting cards game, and when you reveal all of them at once, you know, you use multiple abilities in front of someone at the same time, that is a, okay, all of your stuff's gone, I can now roll right over you. But if you know, you use something just slightly out of LOS, or you hang on to it, it makes a team more hesitant to go into. And yes, Master Bubble is going to be coming in for Stout and taking over the place of the role of Cheddar, so we're going to have that Winston coming in. Dr. Eggman, though, no Reaper, going with the Genji. I mean, the wall climbs here, very strong. There's a lot of natural cover, and Genji can help circumvent that. We'll have to see how this plays into the kind of slightly older but more common in ladder composition coming out from Toronto.
While Winston may be a big fan of peanut butter and runs on that, Naystar League, remember, runs on Duncan. And right now, Master Bubble might have to run away from the damage that is coming in. Zari and the rest of the Toronto Metropolitan squad just dealing a tremendous amount into them. And in fact, Toronto Metropolitan going to get the push bot moving, at least initially. Master Bubble just having an absolute terrible time trying to stay alive right here. Heel's just unable to keep up with the damage and the focus fire that was coming in. Not typical that you see the tank go out first in these fights. And that just leads to a very fast first fight win for Toronto Metropolitan.
I mean, one of the things that is kind of the Achilles heel of this one tank gameplay that we have now is your tank goes down, you have no more front line. And like typically you don't want to target the tank first, but a team that is able to delete one that quickly is terrifying.
Oh yeah, they absolutely are, especially considering that Solo really hadn't had an opportunity to build up much charge at that point either. But speaking of charge, that's a fully charged shot from Flak that takes Pleb out of the equation. So now APOP's gonna have to work extra hard. They are able to find Master Bubble once again. So having a little bit of trouble here on the Winston today, staying alive. That's gonna most likely result in a little bit more progress here for Toronto Metropolitan as Dr. Eggman falls shortly after.
And Solo had Grab basically built by the time that fight was in full swing. Didn't even need to use it. They're going to have everything but Overclock online. Toronto, you don't need to hit all your Qs. You just need to pick one, maybe two if Stout responds with an ult. But this fight is probably yours. Black is going to pop that Overclock. We hear the Kitsune in return and the grab, paying 2 for 1. Sounds about right. And the first one to go down for Stout is again the Winston.
Yeah, this is catastrophic, honestly, for University of Wisconsin at the moment. Their front line needs to shore up in a huge way. I'm not sure if Master Bubble's just getting too aggressive, or if it's honestly just too much aggression coming out from Toronto Metropolitan. But here we see a very aggressive push into the back line. But of course, they do have Primal Rage online. Will be popped as soon as the Kitsune rushes as well. In the meantime, Flak has found a kill. Dr. Eggman struggling for one as well. They do eventually get APOP. So Wisconsin Stout will find a little bit of purchase here. Will start to gain in the percentage, but 3 minutes are already off the clock, and that's quite the lead that Toronto has built for themselves already.
And it's a little scary that in order to get purchase in these fights, especially that fight there, and gain control of the push bot, Stout spent Primal Rage, Gates, as well as Blade, and they only have B to sustain through this Blade. They may not need it. They still have it. They're going to choose to just spread out and live, and that's fine. But that is time not spent with that bot and pushing to get an equalization. They do take down Pleb, though, so this could be an opportunity.
It absolutely could be, especially considering they were the only one with an ultimate online. Of course, nobody from Wisconsin has one either. So in the absence of that, the neutral fight will go the way of Wisconsin. They will be able to at least equalize and probably best Toronto Metropolitan in capture percentage now. I guess distance. It's not percentage anymore.
To look at it. Well, actually, yeah, because it doesn't go backwards. It really is just a distance. But this is where the rubber meets the road here for a lot of these teams, is can you actually get this point cap here? Sometimes you don't want to get it, but what happens now is this is where a lot of turnarounds begin to happen, and the momentum goes in favor of the team that has their spawn slightly closer. We do see that Toronto is going to lose Pleb and KVN, and with that, it looks like the bot is probably going to change hands.
Yeah.
Because it is.
Yeah, somebody's made off with it. A sneaky Reaper has taken the bot, and honestly, this is huge for Toronto Metropolitan because Wisconsin won that fight. They're gonna get the stagger here, but they're literally not going to get any progress. That could have easily been 80 meters for Wisconsin off of that win, but just because Apoth had a heads-up moment there and saw what was happening, they took the bot, and now, yeah, it's everybody's respawned and no progress gained here.
I adore that sneaky play that we just saw from Apoth. That could truly be a huge game changer here. No one caught on to it, challenged it. We have Grab and Gates get dropped. We're going to see Master Bubble again be the first one to go down for Wisconsin, which is unfortunate, and it does. And there goes down the return Gates as well, coming out from Terminator.
Wow, this was actually quite a bit invested into this from Toronto Metropolitan, and Wisconsin still going to come up with the fight win here. That's huge, actually, for Wisconsin. Yes, Toronto Metropolitan, they got that cheeky play where the bot, and look at this, yeah, now, it's just now that Wisconsin has activated that forward checkpoint, right? That could have been there for the last fight, but it wasn't because of Apoth's heads-up play. But now, coming back in with the Death Blossom, this could be very, very tough to deal with for Master Bubble, who's already had a hard time staying alive.
And we've got Dr. Eggman with that Dragon's Blade online, looking for an opportunity to get these supports out of line. We hear Overclock also get popped by Flank, so one DPS ult has been spent. No deaths just yet, no one gaining pressure. Beat gets dropped though, and they're gonna pick up Michelle and Apoth in the process.
A huge fight win again for Wisconsin. Toronto Metropolitan had a great start on this map, but it's just been Wisconsin all day since then. This 45 meters that you see for Toronto Metropolitan, that was on their very first push, right? They haven't won necessarily any of the other fights since, but again, fortunately, Apoth had that heads-up move because right now we could be looking at this map being over if that weren't the case. But Eggman takes out Apoth again, who had the Death Blossom. This is devastating for Toronto Metropolitan.
We have full meta v meta right now, excluding the Genji versus Reaper. I think with our current patch, it's kind of arguable which one could be more powerful. But Solo does find Flak. We hear the Kitsune Rush get dropped. Death Blossom from Apoth as well in response to Kitsune. And we do see Michelle go down too, so it looks like this might be Stout.
Stout is going to come away with this fight win here, and now Toronto Metropolitan University, their backs are firmly against the wall. They are in last fight territory. They cannot afford any more mistakes here. This overclock from Pleb going to have to be huge. Michelle's sound barrier going to have to be clutch because there's a Dragon Blade online right here for Dr. Eggman. Master Bubble goes ahead and pops the Primal Rage. They're going to try and keep Pleb from being able to get any value with this ultimate. They dash onto point. They're trying desperately to stay out of the fists of Winston right now, but just having such a hard time. Solo going down to just a sliver of health. Flak going to be able to find Apoth as well. Michelle pops the sound barrier. Might have been a little more useful a couple of seconds ago. Rikio combines counters with their own, and now Dr. Eggman's blade is free to go wild. Just 2 players left from Toronto Metropolitan on point, 3 in total. Going to be Master Bubble fighting Pleb again. Michelle is down. Just 1 player left remaining. Can they hold on for dear life? Now we've got Solo back in the mix. They've got dragged down. They're 90 to their primal. They just need to stay alive a little bit longer. They gain control of the card briefly. Can they live? It's going to be Pleb taking out Master Bubble. Oh my gosh. Toronto Metropolitan hangs on by a thread.
Oh my gosh, there's so much anxiety in that fight. I'm glad that they, kept level heads, and there wasn't any, hasty swaps. That's definitely demonstrating the fact that they were, confident in their ability to swing things back in their favor. Let's see if, this is where things get a little sticky, though, is this original spot, starting point for the bot is where a lot of teams are able to regain purchase and swing it back in their favor. And you can see the bot is swapping hands back and forth. No one really can get full possession of it, as we have Gates drop from Terminator, but in response, we have Solo go in with the Primal Rage to force back the other team.
And now KVN is going to have their Kitsune Rush as well. They might opt to use it very quickly because now they're down 2 players. Make it 4. This could be the beginning of the end right here. University of Wisconsin regains control. 30 seconds left. This Kitsune Rush going to have to be absolutely magnificent from TMU.
I mean, one ult can swing things in their favor, and this bot still has yet to touch that barrier. There it is, and that, I mean, Pleb can't get ult from this. Apoth can't get ult from this. Michelle can as well. Master Bubble goes down. Terminator Solo goes down. But we're in OT, and they have charged up their ultimate significantly because of that.
Yeah, and crucially, it's Toronto who has as well. Wisconsin still fighting to try and get an ultimate back in this fight. So if Toronto Metropolitan, they should be able to win this next fight, right? They've got the sound barrier to counter the Dragon Blade if it comes up. But they have to make sure that they hold on to enough so that they can win the next one as well. Here comes Apop with the Dragon Blade. Sound barrier not online yet for Wisconsin. They committed though for Metropolitan. They want to make sure that they win this fight, so they've invested, maybe even over-invested into this fight. Apop going to be able to get a kill alongside Solo. So Toronto Metropolitan holds on again, but they've got to win, I think, 3 more fights in order to take this map.
I have to really agree with you. Spending that beat may have not been the right answer here, because now they have to go against a beat. They have to go against Kitsune. They have to go against Rail and a Genji Blade. Ulting first is Pleb to try and gain some space here and prevent the enemy team from coming in.
Oh,
but
wow.
Their issue is that they're letting them have the low ground, and we have Terminator
Solo
go down though.
Yeah, that is huge now for Toronto Metropolitan once again. Solo been able to get the Primal Rage online as well, but Wisconsin, they've just been banking ultimates. They know they only need to win 1 fight, and they may have all 5 online here for this one. This is going to be absolutely tremendous if Toronto Metropolitan can hang on here. Here comes the blade now from Dr. Eggman. Pleb is gone out of the fight. Kitsune Rush has been committed now. We've got the sound barrier on from Terminator as well, but Toronto Metropolitan, somehow they're still alive. At least they were. Michelle is down. Now, Solo able to find 1 kill, but there's only 1 player left on point right now, and they are gone. It's just Solo. It's gonna be University of Wisconsin Stout taking the series 3-1.
I'm gonna be completely transparent. I really thought that we were gonna see Toronto get that push bot borderline as far as Wisconsin did, like at least around that corner. It seemed like they nearly had it, but I don't know, Stout still managed to come out on top.
Yeah, fantastic showing from Wisconsin Stout today. And the punctuation put here on Coliseum as well is a pretty dominant showing, right? They got it just to the brink of full capturing. Toronto able to hold off at least for a little while, made quite an attempt at it, but just the ult advantage that Wisconsin was able to build just absolutely overwhelmed Toronto in the end. So congratulations again. Congratulations to both squads, but it will be University of Wisconsin Stout who wins this last chance qualifier.
Nicely done to them. I will admit, Master Bubble kind of had me a little concerned there in the very beginning. Their Winston play was looking a little bit rough. Maybe one of their teammates said, yo, chill out a little bit. Or was like, wait for me to tell you I can go in with you before you go in. A situation, because dying first 2 fights back to back was a little scary, but once they fixed that issue, they definitely started swinging things in their favor, and it just really did not seem like it stopped.
It didn't, and honestly, I think part of it was, I think that maybe it was a mistake from Toronto to match the Winston, because they were getting so much value on that Zarya initially. I think in the moment they might have panicked, decided to swap, see if the mirror could work, but they were really pushing well with that Zarya initially here on Coliseum, but hard to tell. That's a what if, that's a hypothetical. We'll never know. What we do know, though, is University of Wisconsin, again, comes out on top today. A 3-1 victory. A pair of 3-1s today, as a matter of fact. here, Nerdy Bird.
But I mean, yes, it's a 3-1, but those scores definitely don't reflect how hard both teams well, all 4 teams, technically speaking, fought out during these matches, and those 2 teams that unfortunately did not come out on top today are going to be hanging by their last thread down in the second last chance qualifiers.
Yes.
Safety net basically all gone. No holds barred at that point. Best of luck to all of them. But for now, I mean, I hope they're not disappointed with their performance nonetheless.
No, nobody should be today at all. I don't think everybody showed up in a fantastic way. All the teams, I mean, all the teams, they got a map win today, right? That's absolutely something you can hang your head high about today. Real quick, one last reminder here. We do have our giveaway from the ROTC. ROTC is back with another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out the Nace and Nace Star League Twitter to enter for a chance to win a PS5 controller and Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Army ROTC, be a leader. And with that, Nerdy Bird, we're going to forego the interview this time around. So, just one question to you. Any final words here for the audience before we say goodbye?
You don't always have to be a meta slave. Playing to your own personal strengths can definitely work out. We saw that in Game 1 today, but, you know, understanding how a meta comp works and how it plays is also very important, and that can help you also win out against a team that is playing anti-meta. But if you're going to go slight off meta, you need to go fully off meta and make sure that there's a cohesion and win condition for that composition.
All right, wise words from the Nerdy Bird. You heard it here. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you to our producers, everybody at Nace Star League, and for all of you watching. We are going to be saying goodbye, but there is still more esports action to come. We've got a Rocket League match headed your way right after this. Don't go anywhere, but for now, see you in a bit.
It's time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's level. Make something to remember. All right.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to NACE Star League Varsity Premier action. We're into the last chance qualifier now. My name is Powder, and joining me in the booth today is Awash. Awash, we're into that last chance qualifier. These teams, it quite literally is their last shot to get into playoffs. Before we get into that, how are you doing today?
Pretty good, Powder. Feeling pretty good. Did a little bit of shopping, just had lunch not too long ago. I'm ready to see these two teams battle it out, see who can make it out on top and be successful in the last chance qualifier.
For sure. Of course, we made it through 8 weeks of the regular season, where that leads into the conference play-in. The winner of that goes to the conference championships. Winner of that got automatically into playoffs. The losers had their opportunity now in the last chance qualifier to make it into that 16-team playoff, which all rolls down into the in-person grand final event that we talked about all season. That in-person is what these teams are aiming for here today.
Yeah, it's always a very different feeling playing in a LAN environment than just playing at home or in your dorm room. And it's a feeling that a lot of players and commentators alike, it's a feeling that we chase very greatly. So definitely feel for these players wanting to do everything that they can to make those grand finals in person.
Right, just like we said, though, a couple more steps before that. Again, today, the LCQ number 2, or excuse me, we're actually first into the first last chance qualifier to possibly get into the second qualifier to then maybe get into the playoffs. So still a few steps ahead for these teams here today. A win in this first match will guarantee you at least through to LCQ number 2. And a loss, unfortunately, you are done. And today on the docket, we have a couple guaranteed already. We have UC versus EC. UWST and TMU we got to see already, and then RIT and Flint are the two teams we're about to watch today. And both of these teams we've gotten to see before here together. I'm not sure if you got to watch them as well, Awash, but these are some great teams we've got going head-to-head today.
I have not had a chance to see these two teams go up against each other, but I've heard good things about RIT's squad. So I'm interested to see if they can fulfill the expectations that have kind of been set in my head already.
Right, and the one thing that these teams are all grinding out for is that scholarship prizing. $1,500 to the champion of NACE Star League, $750 goes to second place, and $375 goes to third. So a few opportunities at some scholarship prizing for these teams. Don't even need to necessarily come out on top, just get anywhere up into the top. And of course, we could not do this without Extra Life. Change kids' health to change the future. Join their super team page today. Again, we could not do it without their help.
Yeah, we've also got Duncan with us as well. NACE Star League runs on Duncan. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Duncan near you.
For sure. Could not do it without their help either. And the Army ROTC as well, become a leader for life. Again, all these sponsors could not help out with these scholarship prizing as well. All these players, I mean, you got to be thankful for some opportunities. Not a lot of prize pools in collegiate, but you get an opportunity here. And, you guys get an opportunity at home to get this giveaway that the ROTC is putting on as well. ROTC's back with another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out the chat and NACE Star League Twitter to enter for a chance to win both a PlayStation 5 controller and this Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Army ROTC, become a leader. And Awash, I've talked about this with every caster I've been on. Not only do you get the PlayStation 5 controller, but that is a nice looking backpack.
Yeah, absolutely. I was impressed by what seems to be a pretty nice backpack the first time that I was able to see it. I didn't see the PS5 controller, so that's definitely an added bonus that I'm seeing this time around, but both of them looking very nice.
Certainly does. And if you're watching Rocket League for the first time, we play 5-minute games with unlimited overtime, golden goal scenario if we reach that OT. Best of 7 will win this series. We're into the best of 7s now that we're into the postseason. We play on default settings, and the home team will play on the blue side. So we will see that coming up in our matches today. Because like we said, we got RIT and Flint. We've gotten to see both of these teams before. And RIT, like you said earlier, this is a dangerous team. We've seen them demolish some opponents, but we also saw Flint take down Lackawanna College in the conference play-in too.
Yeah, Lackawanna College is not an easy team to beat either. Very skilled. All these teams, obviously, very skilled. If they're up to this point, they're going to want to show just how far they can take it. Sunblaze, Sebword, and 8Con for RIT. Seeing if they can keep a mostly successful season alive by taking down Azel, Gims, and Perma of Flint. But as you mentioned, Flint's already taken down one, I guess, giant, if you want to say. We could be in for another giant killing here today.
They certainly could. Flint, that series against Lackawanna College, Subtonils and I got to cast that one, and we were shocked at how hard Flint came out. I want to say we almost both predicted the Lackawanna College victory, and Flint took it in a 4-2 series victory, and it felt even more dominating than a 4-2. They had it pretty well. We were excited to see how they went into the conference championship, where obviously, unfortunately, they lost. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here today. They got 4-0'd by St. Clair. RIT, not so much success for them in the conference championships either. And so both of these teams, two powerhouses, find each other now here tonight. And we both did take RIT. Just based on what we've seen before, this team that was so close to making CRL, we just got to give them the edge tonight.
Yeah, it's one of those situations for me, at least, where there's some merit to both teams, but RIT kind of has to give me a reason to not believe them. Maybe in these first couple of the games, we'll see how Flint starts out. If they keep the pressure on, get hot out of the gates, maybe I'll be regretting my somewhat vicarious prediction.
and that's the hope, to be honest, is because with the way that Flint played in that series against Lackawanna, I'm hopeful that we see another upset here today. We'll have to see, as these teams are off already. We got to get the scoreboard updated real quick, but these teams going back the other way. It looks like RIT is on the blue side as they look to mount an offensive attack, but can't quite do so. Flint holding their own into the offensive end. Now RIT with an opportunity. It's Sebword being cut off by the defense. Now Flint having to stand tall defensively as well.
Yeah, you can see that the pace is already there from Flint. I want to see them be able to settle in and be able to manage that pace a little bit. Sometimes it doesn't matter if you're fast, if you're going to get there and get a bad touch or whiff the ball or maybe end up with all three of your players in the same spot. So it's still got to be calculated. It's a good attempt towards the net. The follow-through going to be blocked, and it's going to be Flint taking it back into their own half.
It is RIT mounting that attack once again. Nothing too successful for either team so far, as Flint just handing away possession there. Sebword not exactly where he wants to put the ball. Allows Flint to take a challenge. However, they do make it work out. Sunblaze up to the top shelf. Can't get it through, and Perma clear to midfield. Right back into RIT's hands again. Now it's Flint trying to get their own counterattack going. Into the corner. Shut down quickly as it's now out in the midfield. And RIT trying to get back on that counterattack.
Through the corner. Here comes RIT. We're not able to find anybody out in the middle. 8Con shadowing this, watching for the musty flick. Is it going to go under the bar? It takes about 4 people. I think it has pinched all the way across the field. Gims all the way back to make sure that it's not anything more dangerous than just a clear out. But this pressure from Flint, I mentioned the pace at the beginning. It's turning into aggression now, and while they've been on the back foot already a couple of times so far, that counterattacking threat certainly seems like it'll come in handy later on.
Certainly, as Flint, an aggressive play up front, getting a couple bumps, but nothing that will find its way into the back of the net yet. It's RIT now pushing on their own counterattack again to the air, losing control of it, however, and Perma a clear out to midfield, but right into Sunblaze's hands again. He pushes forward on the attack into the corner, shut down by a Flint player again, and it's Gims, another clear, and both of these teams just kind of this back and forth so far. Nothing too sustained up to this point. However, Perma has the reset, gets it past one, but taken off the field. It's back over to RIT.
8Con trying to get the pinch across, not quite able to reach it, but both teams trying to fight their way for this first goal, both having half-decent chances. A little bit of pressure either way. Still, it's RIT who I think is looking the most promising, but not by much here in the early stages. Someplace great 50. Is that going to find the top corner? It will, just under the bar. Someplace puts RIT up first.
Just looks a little awkward defensively for Flint early on. Everybody caught up field, racing back towards it, but they're not going to catch up. And instead, it's RIT with the first goal of this series. A little bit here into game one, as now off the kickoff, it's Flint winning it out. But unfortunately for them, back into the hands of RIT. A soft pass midfield. They do double.
Not sure if we lost powder or not, but RIT, Flint trying to put on some pressure here against RIT. Just under 2 minutes to go. Azel forcing it through the corner. Is there going to be an option in field? There is, and Azel will put it back. All three players from Flint up quickly. But it's not going to turn into anything just yet as Akon sending it down to the bottom corner. Perma trying to get the transition away. RIT just need to hold off Flint for these last minute and a half or so. Make sure that they don't get any good opportunities, because Flint has been pretty awkward in the opening couple minutes of this series, and for RIT, that's a perfect position you want to have them in. Sunblaze up towards the sidewall. Tried to get the flip reset to keep it alive. It's not quite there. Sebward coming in to help out as well, but Gims might have just triggered a counter attack. Oh, but Sebward, great defensive effort to get back to the line. It got the demo, almost had the touch across, but it just barely was not enough. And Flint able to see this counter attack out successfully. Gives themselves a chance to try to settle into this first game and still gather something from it. Indeed, it was a good effort from Flint. We'll see if they can make it too quickly. This is a great clear out from Azel. Is Akon trying to go for the control, but Azel's there to pressure early. A dangerous position to try to catch the ball in. But RIT still not going to be punished for it just yet, but that clear out could have given Flint a little bit of possession, some time to cement themselves at the midfield line. Can Perma send it under? Yes, he can. 5 seconds left on the clock, and Flint have completed their Game 1 comeback. Beautiful controlled play from Perma. Recognized that they had the space, able to take it towards the net, and just knew that they didn't need to shoot it. They just needed to earn the 50.
Yeah, great comeback there from Flint. Didn't happen until less than a minute left in that game, and they finally do get it done. They take the Game 1 victory, and that's kind of what I was expecting from Flint. I was expecting a faster start for them, because that's how they played against Lackawanna College, but RIT is a tough team to do that against. Instead, it takes that late comeback again from Flint, but they do get it done, and they have the first advantage here in the series.
Yeah, I'd say that this is more or less what we probably expected from both teams. RIT looking the most comfortable of the two sides. I didn't expect Flint to be able to come back, because they were looking really shaky in those opening minutes. And sometimes that's just it's just the team dynamic. Sometimes it takes a couple minutes or even a game or two for a team to really start ramping up. But thankfully for Flint, they're able to ramp up fairly quickly and still able to see this game out for themselves.
Right, especially that goal in the final seconds. Perma just sticking through with the play to get it done. That's what I like about Flint. Against Lackawanna, they did not give up, and they didn't here either, making 2 goals in a row, completing the comeback, getting the Game 1 victory. Still plenty ways to go. Best of 7 here, so the job's not over yet. Flint just has to keep that up, because RIT is a high-powered offensive team, and if Flint doesn't start, well, not that they didn't figure it out. I mean, they only hold them to 1 goal in that game, but if RIT starts to find themselves again, which we've seen them do before, they've had slow starts and then turn things around, so Flint's got to keep it up defensively.
Yeah, there are a couple other good looks from RIT in that first game. Definitely could have been a 2 or 3 goal game for RIT if things had gone a little bit differently. But when you're in this last chance qualifier, you do have to be consistent. You have to be effective in every match that you play. So RIT, they will rue that opportunity, but maybe they can make amends here in game 2, as it's almost a very early opportunity for U of M Flint. A couple demos coming out as well, but the counterattack from RIT not going to come to anything.
It was an interesting play there to go for the demolition. I mean, he did get the demo, but if he had gone straight for the ball, I think Flint might have something up on the board right now. Either way, though, still holding their own defensively as RIT is just trying to dump it into that corner. Yims, with no boost to his name, takes a challenge to send it up. However, Perma looks like he's low on boost as well, doesn't go for it. Double commit on the back wall. Aswell, though, still able to get it out. Perma with no boost in the tank, still can't get to it. Allows RIT to keep the attack on. Up the sidewall again. Sebward playing it slow as Akon just bumping everybody out of the way. However, it doesn't work out for a shot yet. They are doing a good job of holding this offense, but nothing to show for it, and Flint trying to look for offense.
Yeah, RIT is just keeping the ball really close, trying to get some controlled touches. And it doesn't amount to a whole lot of net pressure just yet, but it does mean that they can be calm and controlled in their movement up the pitch. However, these counterattacks from Flint are looking particularly dangerous today. Akon, that's a great clear out. Is it going to be a transition into Sunblaze? They get the tap out, but Azel up and hitting it around, so Flint can gather possession once more. Hits the ball inside, and Sunblaze there to pop it out in the midfield.
Flint struggling to find boost. If you look at the top right, Perma now finally on 100 boost, but before that, just struggling to get anything going, and you can see with just the way that they're still stuck back on defense. They're not able to get it pushed up. Finally, they find some in the tank, but they find each other in the air on a double commit. This will allow RIT to keep the offense on again, playing it away from the defense. Gims forced to give it to the side wall. The boost is gone once more. A clear, long ways out. Might give them some time to get some boost. However, doesn't result in possession until Aswell's challenge right there.
Yeah, there was a point in time where between all three Flint players, there was 24 boost. That was an insane starvation from RIT, which is almost even more insane considering the fact that they weren't able to capitalize off of it. That a lot of decent looks, a lot of good pressure and presence in the final third. It didn't originally amount to anything, but one transition into another, and RIT finally able to get up on the board.
Yeah, ultimately just, another awkward play defensively from Flint. It's what we saw in game 1 for the only goal. And Perma, he was up front trying to take that challenge, and once he failed on the challenge, Aswell's just stuck up at front post. Not much that he's going to be able to do. So Flint, just a couple slight mistakes that they're making defensively that are allowing RIT to break through. However, only down by just one. We're just past halftime, so more than enough time to start this comeback, just like they did in game 1. However, they need control of the boost. They struggled with it early on in this game. So it looking like they're starting to find their footing again with that. However, just not many opportunities offensively to be found just yet.
Sebward up at the midfield and cut by their teammate, but it still turns into a ball on top of Sebward's hood. Is it going to be a shot from Seb low? It turns into a pass to Akon at the front post. Still somehow blocked by Flint. Cleared out to the sidewall by Perma. Sunblaze trying to follow this for a goal line dunk. It's still rolling towards the net. Still no second goal for RIT, but still a mountain of pressure, and that's what they want to see in this last minute and a half. No extra chances for Flint this time around, so they can avoid a repeat of what happened just a couple of minutes ago. Sunblaze a little bit awkward trying to get this out to the corner, but he does so successfully.
Flint defensively needs to clean up the double commits. I mean, they walked away clean from that one. However, just I've seen a couple of them, and it just makes me a little bit nervous, especially for the remainder of this game, as they try to get this comeback and backflip. Luckily, the shot is off. He will be able to catch up to the 100 boost. Aswell will do anything possible to get this offensive attack going. Leaves it for Gims. He plays it forward. Can't do much with it other than give away possession. Akon will take over now into the air. Still on the dribble. Perma left stuck down. He just catches the ball on his head. Dumps it out to midfield. And Flint, not a lot of time left, but they are finally on offense with a pass off the back wall and a double commit from RIT. It might open up some opportunities. However, RIT standing tall, slowing things down a little bit as Flint, tries to keep the attack on, and this one somehow finds the top right corner.
In a sudden shift in the tempo and the pacing. Flint has completely overwhelmed RIT. The way that we saw Flint playing for a majority of these first 2 games, with some scrappy defending, some weird touches, lack of presence defensively, was all transferred towards RIT in the last 45 seconds or so. But RIT needs to get a second goal here to try to avoid overtime. Very interesting and hopeful play off of the backboard. Still not going to make anything of it. Looks like, Powder, that we're going to be in OT here, as Flint once again has brought themselves back from being down 1-0 early on in the game.
Yeah, their ability to come back has been excellent to this point. Now they just need to get it done in overtime. Weren't able to get it done in the final seconds like they did in game number 1. Double commit from RIT. Again, maybe opening some space for Flint, especially when it's put into the midfield. Azel towards the back wall, leaving it for a teammate. It's one in the midfield, and now a triple commit from RIT as they do break out just for a split second. However, the panic starting to set in for both of these teams.
Yeah, that's for sure. You saw the triple commit from RIT. Not a situation you ever want to find yourselves in. Doesn't matter if you have full boost or no boost. A triple commit is never a good sign of your structure defensively. Oh, but Gims, that's going to be a crucial miss. Is there a follow-up? There is from Perma. Akon off the backboard trying to beat Azel to it. Cannot quite get there. Sunblaze pops it out towards the corner. Forces one from Flint to miss. Perma awkward coming back on their rotation, showing up ball side, trying to not get in their teammates' way or unintentionally assist RIT and making a second goal happen as Azel chases this one down towards the midfield. Akon still just trying to keep things alive in the offensive third.
However, yeah, Flint does break out now. More aggression from Flint up front as they keep going for the bumps. However, not working out quite yet in overtime. Pinched up from an RIT challenger. It's off the corner, and Gims will attempt to break out. He just doesn't have anything left in the tank to do so. Perma stuck awkward in the corner. Azel's last one back, but the pass too high for Sunblaze. Both of these teams just struggling to find their offensive footing in this overtime. RIT's been holding it now for quite a few seconds, but neither team with their offense is able to get many shots.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a battle of attrition. But it's been shifting between like both teams' final thirds, and it seems like one or two crucial mistakes is going to be enough for either of these teams. But that's also going to have to come with a little bit better finishing as well. There's been times for both sides where I feel like there's been chances, but the shots have been either not as powerful as I would like or not as well placed as I would like. That's a great cutout from Flint on the backboard. But if one team can just find a little hint of clinicalness in their shooting, I think that they will have enough to be able to take this game.
However, both of these teams still, the double commit bug has been biting them. We just saw Flint do it, and again, it's not costing them a goal, but we see it again. Azel and Perma both going after the ball, and luckily for them, the third man from RIT not pushing up super aggressively. Otherwise, it would have been more or less a freebie. Still has the offense pushed behind both the defenders. RIT has to start things over now as Akon up to the air, Sebward quickly to it, dropping it down. Instead, Perma will rotate around on it, take it to the air, and pass Sunblaze to hopefully set up a Flint offense. We're approaching now 3 minutes having gone by in overtime, and it doesn't feel like either team really has that much pressure, that much sustained in this overtime.
Oh, this is looking like a strong counterattack for RIT. I think it was a double or triple commit, at least somewhere near the ball, but then weren't able to just get it to shoot out towards the net. To see Sunblaze trying to find some demos to make Flint even more awkward than they already are. Sebward send this out to Sunblaze. Perma trying to read the flick, and Sunblaze sends it under Perma, and RIT will clutch this out.
What a solo play here to go underneath the defender, like you said. Perma completely bit the fake, and RIT ties up the series off of that play. It took nearly 3.5 minutes of overtime. This has been a very low-scoring affair, which, again, is surprising. Both of these teams are very high caliber on offense. However, it just seems like a situation where both of those are just neutralizing each other, and it's resulting in this just gritty game that we've been seeing.
Yeah, there's been chaos on both sides, defensively, offensively, all over the pitch. There's just no structure at all, and they are, like you said, they're canceling each other out. If that were to shift one way or the other, one team is able to find some level footing and the other team is still scrambling, I think that these games could be a lot more lopsided, or at the very least, a lot more high scoring.
They certainly can, and I think, again, the double commits are causing this as well. I've called out Flint multiple times because I've seen them do it the most. However, RIT hasn't been immune to it either. I mean, we even saw a triple commit from RIT there early on in overtime. It's something that I think is just coming with the nerves of playing your last chance. If you're eliminated, if you lose today, you're eliminated and your season is done. If you win, you're not even guaranteed anything yet. You only get the LCQ2 guaranteed to you, so at least extend your season. So you can guarantee that these nerves are starting to set in for these players, and I like to think that the further this series goes on, the more, or the less we'll see of those slight mistakes. But until then, it's kind of just who's going to take advantage of it first, because I haven't seen anybody get punished for it yet. And, it's been nice to see when you see these mistakes, nobody getting punished, but eventually, if it keeps up, somebody's going to take advantage.
Yeah, eventually it's going to come back to bite one or possibly both of these teams. So I would actually not be too surprised if a player break is taken by or is wanted by both teams, because it's just been super scrappy, and I think that extra couple minutes to kind of collect yourself instead of playing 5 to almost 10 minutes of scrappy Rocket League, only having 50 to 60 seconds, and then immediately going back into another straight 5 to 7 minutes of gameplay. And oh my, yeah, this is good. The epitome of what we're talking about.
Yeah, this is the series we find ourselves in. Sebward, I'll be honest, I'm struggling to figure out what his intention there was. It might have been to take it 50 that would send it towards the wall, but when you're coming straight towards the ball, aiming towards your net, there's only one spot the ball is going to go, and it's into your own net. An unfortunate play from RIT results in a 1-0 lead for Flint, and the pressure's right on after the kickoff as they look to stretch it to 2.
Yeah, I like to believe that the Sebward was just not in. They were just trying to get out of the way as quickly as possible. But the ball side rotation coupled with the I guess reckless pre-flip near the ball all combined for something terrible for RIT. We'll see if they can make amends, though. Sebward, good use of their ground control to be able to keep the ball moving towards the orange net. But it looks like another Flint counterattack might be underway.
Flint hasn't necessarily been successful on the counterattacks today, at least. However, they have used them to keep the offense on by forcing RIT to rush back towards defense. We see it here again as Perma towards the corner, straight down to the midfield. However, Azel's second man in rotation is really far back on that play. They can't get anything just yet, but Perma will go to the air. Can only give it away to RIT again as Sunblaze towards the ground, faking the follow. Double commit from Flint again. It still works out in a clear because the third man from RIT has been so far back all day today. And I think that's one thing, is that if RIT's third man starts to play a little more aggressive, nothing extreme, I think they're going to find some success on these double commits.
That might find it almost found some successes there with two players from Flint trying to just brute force this ball in front of the net. Not quite able to make it happen, but again, now with ball control, sends it out towards the sides, hops up to the sidewall to put some pressure on Sebward, who has to leave it for a teammate as they are completely out of boost. That was Perma almost with the backboard insanity that could have made it 2 goals in favor of Flint. Azel trying, everybody from Flint trying to find the back of the net, but right now RIT's defense holding on by just a thread.
Yeah, really just a thread there. Desperation as they stood tall there defensively. Flint still breaking out on the counterattack. They have an open net for a second, but Akon is there to cut it off. Quickly onto the counterattack is Akon. Unfortunately for him, gives away possession once more. Perma on the reset, fakes the touch, and now Sebward caught awkward. Azel on the turn, chooses to steal the 100 boost, which could come out huge. As you can see, RIT struggling to find boost. Sunblaze, is finally on 100. However, no one else is. Top shelf, Sunblaze getting up to it. Akon down to the midfield, and RIT will breathe a little bit of life as Sebward coming up, still beaten out, and Perma knocks it home. And RIT, the boost struggle is apparent there on that play.
Yeah, Sunblaze is kind of caught under the ball, knowing that they really can't do a whole lot, but they do still want to be there just in case. And then Subward sees the ball shoot out towards the middle, has to make a split-second decision of whether to wait for the shot or to try to challenge and close down the angles early. They chose the latter. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them. But this is the chaos that has been brought to RIT by Flint. That speed that we saw in the first couple of moments of this series from Flint then turned into some aggression, and now it's just completely throwing RIT for a loop.
It is, and this is the same Flint squad now that we saw against Lackawanna College. Just high-powered offense, fast, going straight for it. And RIT struggling to catch up, not used to having to play at this sort of speed. They're used to playing at their own pace. They're used to being the ones that are setting the pace over Flint, forcing them to play at their own speed and resulting in some awkward defensive play. As time continues to tick down, and this is the first time either team has been up by more than a single goal. Flint holding it late as they hold the offense late as well. RIT cannot break out just yet as Perma, an aggressive challenge to the corner, is wasting more and more time, going for the shot, slows things down, muscles his way, and Gims, he's the one to finish it off. Flint, up 3-0 late.
When Gims isn't in the lab, he must be in the gym, because he just strong-armed 8Con and Sunblaze across their own goal line to basically secure this game for Flint. 3-0, less than 30 seconds remaining. This has been a fantastic Game 3 for Flint. It is still cluttered, or not cluttered, but it is still an absolute mess when you look at it from an overarching view. But is it effective? Absolutely, because RIT just doesn't seem to have any answers for it.
No, they don't. Defensively, they have struggled, and this is a team that we have not seen struggle all season. We've gotten to see RIT twice on the broadcast, and both times they look pretty confident in their victories. We did see RIT have to fight down from a 3-0 deficit, actually, in conference play-ins. However, they still won that game, and they won the series in a sweep. So this is a team that is not used to having to play against a team of this caliber and having to play down in a series like this.
Yeah, and this is why we always say that consistency is key, because you don't want to find yourself in a situation like this where your entire season rests on a single game now. You don't want to find yourself in the last chance qualifiers or in a lower bracket of any tournament. But once you're here, you have got to be able to fight for your place, hold down the nerves, and be able to perform like you know you can. We're seeing that from Flint. We're not quite seeing that from RIT, who, to me, honestly, it feels like they're kind of just falling into the same plan that Michigan is playing, but they don't know how to execute on that game plan.
Right, and the lack of execution right now for RIT is really costing them, especially, again, defensively. I mean, we keep bringing up their defensive struggles, but I think their defensive struggles are just leading them to not find anything, success or even opportunity on the offensive end, because they simply cannot get out. Flint keeps holding the possession, and they make RIT panic, and then they walk away with a goal because of it. As we head into Game 4 now, it's up to RIT to kind of fix things, because Flint, despite how they dropped Game 2 in overtime, they came back strong there in that Game 3 and had a very dominating victory. Now we need to see if RIT has it in them to make another comeback and try to tie the series again.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up being the case. I like the few moments from RIT where we've seen them just try to take possession of the ball, try to keep things calm, cool, and collected. Like, this is a great example from Akon where he keeps it close. They're not quite able to get it towards the net just yet, and that's been kind of the consistent part about these controlled challenges, is that they're towards the final third, but not necessarily towards the net or on target. And I feel like if RIT can find a way to make that happen, they'll feel a lot more comfortable in this game and in the rest of the series.
Certainly. I mean, game 4 here early on looks a little bit better for them, at least having it in their offensive half for much longer. Sedward with an opportunity to slow down. Does it cost him? And I think it does. There were 3 now that caught up to the play because he decided to play it slow. You might not have seen the other 2 racing up. Unfortunately, they don't walk away with anything that time. However, Sedward passed down. Kind of little too far up. He gets cut off by Azel on the back line. Sunblaze on the rotation, holding it in a little bit longer, up to the corner. beats him out. However, nobody in the midfield, and instead it's Azel out towards the other side. Instead, we're taking over again as RIT looking to mount an offensive attack. They had a quick one back there. Nothing too much just yet. But again, we're seeing the same struggles from Flint early on with not much offense to show.
I'm sure that they'll find their way, though. They always seem to be able to figure out something to be able to get past RIT, whether it's the counterattacks just to put on a little bit of pressure, whether it's just strong-arming somebody across the goal line. There seems to always be an answer, or at least a game plan from Flint. Haven't quite seen that from RIT. There's been glimpses of it here and there, but nothing super consistent just yet. However, holding Flint out of the net for the first 2 minutes. Certainly a good sign of double commit from RIT, though. We'll leave this as a free touch for Perma. Out to Gims, who gets it across the line, and it might be Flint now who get a little bit of a chance on offense.
Azel just playing this slow. Has a teammate come up to help him, and he plays it slow and kind of plays it around the defenders. Ooh, Gims a little bit too close to the play. Aggressive push from Perma, to make that turn. Now up for the follow. Gims falling down, looking for the shot, can't find it. However, he does steal the boost away. RIT falling into the same boost struggles again. Sunblaze the only one with boost, and now all three have boost in the tanks to allow them to start this attack. Doesn't result in much until now. Possession given away again. Slow play. There's a bit of a scrum now as Sebward off to the midfield. Sunblaze taking over, but Azel takes it right off of his head.
One of the differences I'm seeing between Flint and RIT is that when Flint gets in front of the net, they're still keeping the foot on the gas pedal 100%. As you see it here, Azel able to clean up this play after some great work in the air by Perma.
Great play here from Flint. The aggression on offense. That's a close play for a second man to make with first right there in the net, but he goes right for it, and it's this aggression that Flint is playing with that is giving them the advantage. I don't think RIT expects it, and at this point, they need to. Flint has been just crushing them offensively with that aggressive and fast play. And now another double commit from RIT. I mean, they get the clear. It's not going to result in offense, though, as Gims now around on it, taken off the field for his efforts. Now good push up by RIT. Will set up an offense for a little bit longer. Separate towards the midfield. Back out again. More aggressive play from RIT as they start going for more demolitions, and it does work out successfully for some more offense.
Yeah, I'd like to see the physical plays play a bigger part, because we both know the benefits to being able to enforce some physical play on your opponents. It clears out a whole lot of space for you. It can mess up the rotations a ton for the team that has to be eliminated from the pitch. But it only really matters if it's done in the right spots. And I feel like if RIT is able to find those crucial moments, get somebody out of the way, and give their players a little bit more time and space, or even just confidence to power through towards the net, that also could help change this game and the series around for them.
RIT really does need to get this series turned around. They want to get it done now. You don't want to have to win 3 in a row against Flint. However, there's only 30 seconds on the clock as RIT looking to mount a counterattack quickly, though. To it is Gims. Icon up for the desperation attempt, and he gets it done. Sebward playing it down, and another double commit for RIT. Azel taking all the time in the world. Doesn't quite beat out the offensive player pushing up. However, nobody up to follow, and in the final 10 seconds, it's Flint back the other way. This one rolling straight down, and Akon able to get it to the wall to try to keep it alive, but they need to go coast to coast here with nothing left on the clock. Sunblaze, a flick over one, Perma pushing it back. Akon able to get it up off the corner. This one, however, will fall to the ground, and Flint one win away from getting at the very least to LCQ number 2.
I feel like for most teams, if they were to say, can we beat Flint? Yeah. Can we get 3 games on them? Yeah. But when you're down 1-3 against Flint, I feel like that answer changes greatly. I'm not sure that there's too many teams that I would be confident in to now try to win 3 in a row against this Flint side. They have their game plan is set, and they're executing on it perfectly. It's not high-scoring games, but it's enough to prevent the other team from being able to gather any sort of consistency or relaxation or however you want to describe it. There's just no settling down for either of these teams, and it only benefits Flint and continues to hurt RIT time and time again.
I think that is the key too, is that, again, the point that Flint just refuses to let go of the offense is what makes RIT struggle to find their own offense. They keep panicking defensively. We're not seeing as many double commits from either team as we did earlier on. However, you can tell RIT is just desperate to break out, and sure, they get out for a few seconds. However, the desperation catches up with them when they end up dumping it into their offensive corner. Flint gathers it, gets right back to the other side, and it's more offense for the Wolverines. Now with 5 minutes of fresh clock for RIT, they know that this is it. They need to win 3 in a row against this behemoth that they have not been able to stop, besides a 3.5 minute just gut-wrenching overtime victory for themselves. Now as they get an early offensive attack, maybe it can spell hope for them. However, they need to force Flint to slow down offensively, otherwise it's going to be back to the same woes as earlier on.
It's funny that you mention Flint as a behemoth, because at the beginning I was saying this is a bit of a giant slaying, and it seems like the turns have been tabled against David and Goliath in this series. Flint now fully with the upper hand here, and it's really up to them to be able to close out this series against RIT. If they allow RIT to get back in, now this situation gets a lot more hairy than it's been for the last couple of games. But given the way that Flint has been right now, and we haven't seen a whole lot of signs of improvement from RIT up to this point, I'm doubting the chances RIT have at this point.
Yeah, and especially with the way that RIT plays, like Subtilance and I have seen them before as a very, very momentum-heavy team, especially against Lackawanna College when they beat them 4-0. It was, like we said, it was very close in that conference play-in. The first game they had to make a comeback on and got the win. And from there, it was slowly more into the hands of RIT. Games 2 was a little bit closer, and then games 3 and 4 started to get more in favor of RIT. That just shows that the momentum that RIT can carry when they are given the opportunity. So Flint needs to tread carefully here. They don't want to give anything on the side of RIT that's going to build that confidence and momentum.
Oh, well, this might be a little bit of something towards that, Powder, because RIT finds a big beat from 8Con, leaves Sunblaze all alone in the final half, and it's an easy tap-in to put RIT on the board first. However, still we must tread cautiously, because we have seen this scenario several times already, and it has not worked out for RIT in any of them.
Unfortunately, it has not. We've already seen the Flint come back from 1-0 down. Let's see if they can do it again, and they do have plenty of time on the clock to get it done. Perma towards the air, last of his boost to get to it and push the attack a little bit further. 8Con catching up right into the hands of Azul. 8Con to the midfield, gives it away to Perma. Perma looking for that top left corner, finds it, and immediately ties the game.
Oh, that's just pin-perfect placement right there from Perma. My goodness. Has Sunblaze on his tail trying to demo him, and a great heads-up play from their teammate as well to, I believe, send Sebward just somewhat towards... It just kind of stops him at the front post, make sure that they can only cover about 25 to 50% of the net instead of having that full area coverage. Great, ultimately, placement from Perma, but a great team play in general.
Yeah, and that's a huge point, too. I only noticed it on the kickoff that play likely doesn't happen without the bump. It was great placement, but it was all set up from that bump to open up the top left corner. Flint, that team play has been apparent here to this point. They look to continue it. Gim's taking over. Azul now will take it over towards the side. Plenty of space to work with towards the air. Slowing it down. We'll look for a pinch down. 8Con being out by Perma. Sunblaze will take over himself. Dribbling in front, wins out the challenge. Sebward on a quick turn is cut off on the shot, and Perma gets played behind him. Sebward forward again. Azul trying to shut this one down, and 8Con will just keep it going.
I feel like for RIT, there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about who's supposed to be challenging a lot of these balls. There's like this conflict between needing to get there quickly and needing to get there in the way that they normally play, like in a calculated way. I feel like there's moments where there's one person wanting to do it one way, one person trying to do it the other way, and it turns into all these double commits that we're seeing from RIT that are still hurting their ability to sustain regular defense or regular offense at various times throughout this series. They're surprised that we didn't see a break from these teams. I feel like if there had been, that sort of issue might have been able to be sorted out.
It certainly could have been. However, either way, I'm liking the way that RIT is playing in this game a lot more than in previous ones. That third man seems a little more aggressive, like this push right here from Sunblaze. However, the pass is behind 8Con, and now they got to go back to the drawing board. As it's up into the corner, Sunblaze will try to get this one down, given space to work with, but he loses possession forward towards Gims. He has to turn back, though. Sepward towards the corner, giving up the possession over towards Perma. Does win out on the challenge, though. Aggressive push from Gims, just doubles along the side wall. Forward again for Perma, and he gets a clear out to midfield. Can he follow it up? He cannot. And RIT doing a good job of keeping this attack on, however quickly shut down by the Wolverines.
It's a great clear from Subward out to Sunblaze, who is ready for it, trying to put in a last gasp effort for RIT. Azel up, trying to go for a double tap off the backboard. It's not going to happen as we have Subward now with possession, trying to wait to get the right time to flick it or challenge 8Con. Maybe a brute force in front of the net. It's not there. Sunblaze keeping it alive. Azel out towards the corner. Who's going to get there first? It seems like Subward got there last, but still might have the last say. They do not. RIT, Flint going to overtime in Game 5.
It was RIT who took the overtime in game number 2. It took 3 minutes, 26 seconds. Let's see who can get it done today, or if they can get it done maybe a little bit quicker. Gims towards the other side, Sebward taking over, pushed forward, however, right into Perma. Best to avoid Sebward chasing him down. Perma around 8Con, last man back is Sunblaze, caught awkward, but beaten out by Sebward, rotating back. Great defensive stand there. They demo the last man, however, they're slow to it. Pass in the midfield, shot from 8Con behind the defender, and sends him to a Game 6.
That was a great setup play by Perma just moments beforehand, but an even cheekier pass from Sebward towards 8Con caught everybody from Flint looking, not expecting that to happen at all. But it's small moments like that from RIT that we've kind of been waiting for. We've seen some glimpses here and there of when they might have been able to do a long periods where it's just not looking like it's going to happen at all. Finally, they get an opportunity to have a great infield pass, a clear shot on net. It just needed to be strong, and that's what they found, and they got their second game win.
And RIT, especially in the overtime now, they look good when it's getting down to it like that. They clearly have the ice to get it done, which is why I want to see it when it's in regulation. I guess if they can send it to overtime in the rest of the games, maybe they're going to come back and win the series. However, Flint, they did seem to slow things down a little bit. I don't think it was purposeful. I think it was more of a change from RIT. They looked a lot more confident in their ability to shut down Flint's attack, and because of that, it was just like we had said in between the last games. Once they got that confidence, they were able to get back the other way and find a lot more success on offense.
Yeah, and the double commits were not as common in that game, I felt like. They were still definitely there, but it wasn't just like constant double or even triple commits happening. Seemed like every 15 to 20 seconds or so. So a little bit more composed from RIT this time around, and that's good. And now they need to, now that they've been able to break down Flint, be able to take another game off of them, they've got to ride this momentum. Certainly looks like they're in a good spot to be able to do that.
Right off the kickoff, 8Con, he's the first man on that kickoff, and it's just perfect placement. There's no other way to describe that other than when you get that kickoff and it goes behind the second man pushing up, it's almost a freebie every time because that third man's off in the corner. So a great execution play from RIT to get the first goal within the first few seconds of game number 6. Maybe that will spell even more confidence. Again, we spoke to how this team is a momentum-based team, and now that they have the lead after an overtime victory, it might help them even more into mounting this comeback.
Yeah, we know that the RIT players are more than capable. Now it's time for them to show everybody watching at home and the Flint players on the pitch just who deserves to keep moving on in this last year's qualifier. But Azel, Gims, Perma, they all have a separate answer. Great infield play.
This is such a, again, it's a perfect team play from Flint. I mean, Perma on that assist to go upside down to flip it over towards Azel, and then Azel's placement there just so crisp as well. Left side, no one there from RIT that's going to be able to catch up to it. Now Gim's looking for it again, fakes it, double commit from RIT, shot is just wide, who's there to clean it up? It's Perma, knocking it in, a collapse from RIT, gives away the deficit.
It's another one of those double commits. Subward and Akon both there. Sunblaze, I can't blame them for having to dive in on that play. You see both your teammates, and neither of them look like they're going to get a great touch, and there's still just a bunch of orange presence around you. I can't blame you for panicking in that situation. But RIT has got to be better about not letting those types of situations happen in the first place.
Ooh, another close opportunity. Azel to clean it up in a goal line stop from RIT, holds the deficit to just 1. However, Demolitions taking 2 off the field behind Subward and into the net, and Flint has scored their 3rd in a row after giving up a kickoff goal to start this game.
This is just crazy from Flint. We thought for a moment that we had RIT in the position that we needed to see them in to be able to take this, to be able to take the rest of the games, take this series. But perhaps what we've just seen is the embodiment of everything that we've seen so far, where RIT have been there for glimpses, but they have not been able to string it together enough to be able to completely break down Flint. Now, Flint has all the momentum with a 2-goal lead and, well, still a little bit of time in the favor of RIT, but this is now Flint's game to be able to lose.
It really is, and finally they've gotten, or I should say RIT has gotten Flint to slow down. It was 3 goals in quick succession. They might have 4. It's a quick 3v1. However, last 2 get back now for RIT. Plays forward again. Can Subward get up to it in time? Gims taking his time to fake out Subward. Akon down on the challenge. It's successful for Flint. Then plays quickly though to it. Bounces off of the corner and straight out, just rolling around. Akon just wide, Azel in front. Takes it to the air to try to get it past Subward. However, he can't get it done. Perma can, though. Looks for the double to keep an offensive attack on.
There's Akon looking for the double tap off the backboard, and it's cleared out by Gims all the way out to the midfield. Awkward catch by Subward. Has to use a lot of boost just to get back to it and take it around the first defender. Flynn will graciously wait for the play to come to them, and now they'll counter, try to find the top corner with Gims streaking in at that back post. Akon not able to do much as Azel puts it close. There's 2 players up for RIT, and now there's 2 following it off the backboard. What is going on from RIT? I'm not sure if it's a lack of communication or if they're still just playing the way that they're seeing Flint play, but it is still double commit after double commit. It's a big reason why they haven't felt comfortable at all in this series.
No, it's been a struggle for them defensively. Like we said, those double commits just apparent. And although they got cleaned up a little bit previously, once Flint built out this now 3-1 lead, it's been clear that RIT just feels that pressure, that their season is down to this game alone. The shot is wide from Azel, trying to basically seal this game. He doesn't get it in yet. But again, with all this offense on the side of the Wolverines, it just refuses the opportunity for RIT to get back the other way and even get 1 back, let alone 2 to tie it.
There's a lot of times where when we're watching these Rocket League matches, the double commits, they're not quite as apparent. They're usually like, oh, there's just 2 players who are kind of in the same vicinity. That means that one person kind of keeps themselves out of the play. But no, these are full, like, 2 players are right behind the ball at double commits, which makes this situation even worse. Because with the previous example, there's a little bit, it's a little bit easier to fix that type of situation. The situation RIT finds themselves in now, not quite as easy to fix, but this second goal will certainly still give them a little bit of hope that they can come back.
This is such a smart play from Sunblaze. Like, I'm sorry, that is so fun to watch because, I mean, it starts with him making a mistake. He doesn't get the flick right. However, he sees the chance to go after the last man, take him out of the play because Azel was caught off from the fake from missing the flick. And they get it done. They're now down by just 1. Maybe they can tie it, but Azel will catch up to it. And RIT quickly on the attack after the kickoff. A slight double commit from Flint results in more RIT offense. However, they are approaching 30 seconds left, and their season comes down to this. They need to get one in to, at the very least, send it to overtime, where they've been perfect today.
UM can play the time now. They still got the 1-goal advantage. They have quite a bit of boost in their tanks as well. RIT may have to just send the entire kitchen sink here to try to keep their season alive. Big pressure from Azel. Now Sunblaze, the patience, but still has 3 players in front of them. Flicks it past 2 of them. Perma there. Perma puts it towards the backboard. Maybe one last chance for RIT, but the pressure from Flint is just too much. Akon, little boost to spare, does their best to keep it up. They still have it on the hood of their car. Big flick up, Perma towards the center of the pitch and forces another double commit from RIT. Azel puts it away, and this series will end Flint 4, RIT 2, the same in both the series and the game 6.
And I was hoping for at least the 0-second goal just so we could get another overtime. But to be completely honest, that is just, it's a telltale ending to this series. RIT loses it off of a double commit. Sebward then rotates in, and he actually bumps into the 2 players who double commit. And that's why the freebie goal happens there at the end. Obviously, it doesn't change the result of this game, but it really just shows the struggles that RIT had throughout that series. Non-stop double commits, and it ends up costing them in the end.
Yeah, after those first couple of minutes, it was almost impossible for RIT to be able to figure things out. There were, like we said, moments here and there where they had some answers, or maybe were just able to minimize the threat from Flint so that they could get 1 or 2 goals here and there. But still, nothing sustainable enough for RIT. That chaos brought by this Flint side, completely overwhelming.
Yeah, if Flint, just with that aggressive attack like we talked about so many times, especially in the middle of that series, we didn't see it as much towards the end except for that 3-goal spurt that they went on in that last game. It was just that aggression that just refused any chance for RIT to get an offense set up. And I mean, once RIT got an offense set up, they usually were successful. We saw a lot of successful solo plays for them to get the couple wins that they had in those overtimes. However, it just was not enough. Flint stood tall on defense as well when they had to, and because of it, Flint looks pretty dominating in a 4-2 win to go on to the next round.
Yeah, I think there's going to be still more teams who are going to underestimate this Flint side, but now that we've seen them take down Lackawanna County, we've seen them take down RIT. I'm not sure where the ceiling is, or if there is a ceiling for this Flint side, but definitely won't catch me underestimating them next time.
Oh, certainly not. And I mean, obviously we both predicted RIT to win just based on what we had seen. This is one of those things where I'm happy to be wrong, because Flint really showed us up today. They looked comfortable. They looked happy to get this win. And with that win, they do move on to that round of 8 where we mentioned before, they at least they have at least clinched last chance qualifier number 2 if they lose their next match. If they win, they go straight into the playoffs. And they are actually going to be going up against Davenport University, who came away with a 4-2 upset over the 3rd seed Oakland University. So Oakland University, one of those top teams in CRL last year and in NACE this year, now has been eliminated, and Flint's got Davenport on the board. We do have our interview ready. We'll be talking with one of the players over from Flint, and so we got Azel over here. And Azel, I gotta be honest, we'll be honest that both of us predicted RIT to win. So what was it that you guys took? Because this is a high caliber offense, but you guys kind of showed them up and had a better offense yourselves. So what was it that allowed you to build that offense you had today?
Yeah, we've been just like putting in the work, honestly. Like we've been practicing like demos, rotation, keeping up high tempo constantly. I know with a team like this, they're pretty well known around, so like we just want to keep up the tempo constantly. We actually just played them in CRL like quals this morning, so and we beat them there. So it was nice to have the back-to-back results be the same.
Yeah, so, absolutely. Yeah. It definitely showed that you all had all the answers to RIT today, and I'm sure that that game this morning helped out a lot. But Powder and I mentioned it a couple times, going back a couple weeks to your match against Lackawanna County, where we would, I guess, consider another giant killing, if you will. Did anything from that series end up transferring over to your experience against RIT today?
Honestly, just probably the same, just high tempo, just playing. I'm trying to work in more demos and try to like quote myself as the most annoying player in CRL now. That's what I've learned today with all the teams we played. They just hate me because I just demo constantly and bump. So that's what we're revolving around, and we're getting perma now in the demos. After you saw like we got like these 2 demos on like the last game or something, and Gim's got like a free net. So it seems to be working right now.
Yeah, absolutely. There are several times where we saw that physical play gave you all a lot of space and a couple of good scoring opportunities. Now, I guess kind of building off of that is the adding in the demos to your play style. I guess something on top of this already, I guess, chaotic gameplay that we've seen you all play. Is that just like the next evolution of this style, or is that just kind of how things have gone up to this point?
I think it just has to be with like making things easier for our teammates, because I'm just more of like that role player where I want to fill like every possible spot I can, and like if I can like just get that physical play going where it makes things easier for my team, I will. But yeah, we're really just focusing on like high comms, high tempo, and that physical aspect to our gameplay, and it seems to just help us a lot.
All right, and just one last question for you. You have any shout-outs to give today after that hard-fought victory?
Shout out to everyone watching, all the fans. Appreciate it. Shout out to our coach Bean. He's calls himself the T. Carell Slayer because T. Carell was coaching for Lackawanna County. So shout out to him because he's been helping us a lot with our mental game.
It certainly looks like it's helped you. Well, congratulations on the win today. You move on to the round of 8, so good luck there, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, well, that does it for our first match of the day. We're going to take a quick break here, but before we get into that, we got to go over our giveaway once again. Just remember that our ROTC is back with another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out the chat and Nace Star League Twitter to enter for a chance to win a PlayStation 5 controller and a Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Army ROTC, be a leader. That'll do it for this first match, but again, be sure to stick around. Just a short break while we get the next ones ready, and we'll see you here soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. So unfortunately, that is the end of the show today. But if you do want to check out the rest of the results from the round of 8, be sure to check out the Naystar League website to keep updated on that. Remember that these teams are fighting for that spot straight into the playoffs, or to at least get to the LCQ, which will take place tomorrow here on Naystar League Twitch. And finally, one last time tonight, we can talk about our little giveaway that we have. Remember that ROTC wants to give away this fantastic little prize here, the Collegiate Camo giveaway. Check out the chat in the Naystar League Twitter to enter for the chance to win the PlayStation 5 controller you see here and a Herschel Little America Backpack Pro Army ROTC Be a Leader. So again, be sure to enter that fantastic giveaway. Give yourself an opportunity to win those wonderful prizes as well. And we will also be taking a quick look at the schedule coming up for the rest of the week. We got a lot going on here. We can see what's been just going on this past week. A lot of postseason action. And then tomorrow, remember, more Overwatch 2 action, and for Rocket League as well. It's last chance qualifier 2. It is the very last opportunity for these teams to get into that 16-team playoff, which will be coming up in the next couple of weeks. So again, thank you all for coming out tonight. Unfortunately, we're wrapping up a little bit quickly here, but I hope you all have a great rest of the day. So for A-Wash in production in the background, and for Naystar League, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night.